Honorable Mkhatshwa. Honorable Mkhatshwa is not feeling well this morning. And in light of that, we would like to nominate the acting chairperson for this session. So, honorable members, Rule 158 of the National Assembly rules allows the committee to elect one of its members to be an acting chairperson if the chairperson is away or is not able to perform his or her functions. So, honorable members, I'll be calling upon you to now nominate the acting chairperson for this session. So I would like to see by show of hands whether you nominate the chairperson of this session. Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable.
Good morning, Anele. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to the officials of the department, SETA chairpersons, and management from the SETAs, two SETAs that are here with us. My name is Tebo Kholitsie, and I nominate Honorable Mananiso to chair today's sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Litsie. Over to you, Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Anele. I would like to second the name of Mananiso. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mamusbia. Honorable members, we just want to check if there are any further nominations. If there are any further nominations, Honorable Mananiso, do you accept the nomination to chair the meeting?
Thank you, Anele. Yes, I do.
Okay. No, thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Mananiso, I would like to hand over to you to officially start the meeting. Thank you very much.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to everybody who is on the platform. Anele, can you take us through apologies?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We received apologies from the minister who's unable to attend today's meeting. The minister will be attending a cabinet today. We also received an apology from the deputy minister who is attending the select committee on education and recreation. In terms of the members, we received an apology from Honorable King. Honorable King will be joining the meeting at 10:30. Thank you very much, Chair. Those are the apologies that we received.
Okay, thank you, Anele. Can you just confirm if we actually form the quorum so that we can continue?
Yes, we do form the quorum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anele. Let me welcome everybody on the platform again, and as well acknowledge the new member, Honorable Dumodlamini. Colleagues, good morning, and you are welcome in this meeting. Today, we are going to have briefing by the Service SETA on updates in the implementation of the Audit Action Plan and measures to improve those particular performances. And again, our item is on the issues of Public Service SETA on overview of the skills development program in the public service. Members, you would recall that it's not for the first time that we meet these two SETAs. Let me acknowledge as well the teams from Public Service SETA and as well the Service SETA, and acknowledge everybody from the department who's actually leading the delegation. One would want to remind you, honorable members, that this meeting is on the basis that when we last met with the two SETAs, we had issues that we raised with regards to their program of action plan on the issues of the outcomes of the Auditor General findings. And today's meeting is a follow-up to actually track and measure if whatever that we recommended to them has been implemented, and if not, they need to actually explain to us as members of this portfolio committee in terms of why has they not implemented those particular recommendation findings. You would note, members, that every time when we meet with SETAs, there are issues that we normally raise that we feel that they are repetitive, and it's as if we've got people who are just lazy in this particular service SETAs, or we have people that are not equal to the task. One should mention that most of the time when we meet with SETAs, issues of consequence management, we are always lamenting to say that we see that there are challenges that are being raised, but people who actually are part of administrative or technical teams who are supposed to be dealing with those issues, they are not actually helping us to advance the agenda of skills revolution. So we hope today, members, in this particular platform, we are going to have the insight in terms of how far are these two entities in terms of ensuring that they address issues that were raised by the Auditor General in terms of the findings. And we hope that everybody would be able to fully participate. As you would know, this is part of the oversight and accountability session where all members of parliament, we must critique and as well give solutions to what we think can work best. We have went through our oversight where we have seen that indeed, some of the SETAs, they are actually touching the ground and advancing the developmental agenda in terms of skills training and knowledge production. So it is important that today we leave nothing behind that we feel that it can advance the agenda of all these particular SETAs. Honorable members, with those few words, one would want to officially declare this meeting opened, and I would hand over to the department to take us through their briefings. You would know how we roll. It will be two presentations, and then I would note hands and we would engage from those particular presentations. Thank you, honorable members. Over to you, DG.
Chairperson, good morning to you. We wish our chair a speedy recovery, and we are happy to be led by you today. And warm greetings to all the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, all our colleagues and the leadership of the SETA, both the SETAs. I understand, Chairperson, that they are ready to go and willing to engage the Portfolio Committee today. Allow me, Chair, for just a couple of seconds to just remind the meeting that as a department, skills development is one of the critical, areas that still needs a lot of work. We have identified, critical skills and skills in high demand, and we produce every year a report on occupations in high demand. We produce a critical skills list to support the Department of Home Affairs, towards ensuring that border management and border control, particularly dealing with skills of foreigners with an intention to stay in our country or to work, are guided properly through a critical skills list. We finalized the skills strategy to support the ERLP by NEDLEC. Our institutional enrollment plans reflect the ERLP skills and occupations in high demand. We are in the process currently of developing the master skills plan. All of this is the work that we've done in conjunction. We've done in conjunction with our SETAs, and we are very happy that today we will be reporting on the issues around the audit reports. Skills identified in these areas are important in that when you look at the high-end skills, particularly the hydrogen, or the skills of the hydrogen economy. Our government has initiated the process of implementing the hydrogen knowledge ecosystem program. And critical in this is the just energy transition. Our SETAs are in the forefront of the implementation of this. So in as much as we are looking at the audit outcomes, in these two SETAs, but we are also interested in seeing if they are focused in the strategic direction that we have provided them. We have seen the reports, Chair, and we feel that we are ready to engage you. In this regard, may I request that we start with the services SETA and hear the presentation, and then from there we will take the PSETA presentation and then hand over to you, Chairperson, as directed. Thank you very much.
In order, DG Shishi, they can continue.
Good morning, Acting Chair, and good morning to all other honorable members. Chair, I'm going to give just an introduction to our presentation, and then the Acting CEO will then go into detail of our presentation. I want to apologize for the absence of the CEO. Mr. Fakude is on leave, so Mr. Andile Simengane is the Acting CEO. I'm joined by members of our executive committee and from the my apologies, sorry, and also executive managers. Chair, thank you for the opportunity again provided to us as the service SETA to report to the committee on the progress on the matters as identified in your communication. As per the invite, we were requested to report on our audit action plan, the implementation of that, measures in place to address our performance, update on consequence management, update on the manager's qualifications matter, update on our commitments, and also an update on our business optimization processes. As indicated, I will briefly give an overview and deal with some issues, and then the Acting CEO will go into the detail of the presentation. Chairperson, at the last meeting that we held in November 2022, the service SETA committed to improving our organizational performance and achieving our 80% target as for the 2022-2023 financial year. We committed to engage the Office of the Auditor General early to ensure that any internal control weaknesses identified could be correctly promptly. We also reported on the late submission of our annual financial statements. In this regard, disciplinary action have taken place in terms of our disciplinary code of conduct of the service SETA. In addition, the AA has rescheduled its meeting to ensure that AA approvals required for submissions do not contribute to non-compliance, to ensure that the days, sufficient days are left for uploading our submissions. Last year, we were qualified mainly on our discretionary ground commitments. To prevent a reoccurrence, we have commenced a process with the Auditor General to audit our opening balances early. An agreement has been reached on some of the acceptable evidence that the Auditor General will look at, and some of these commitments date back 10 years ago. The Acting CEO will elaborate more on that. To improve the oversight of the audit action plan, our governance structures have been assigned clear indicators to monitor, and that was done with the assistance of the audit committee. We are still on track to reach our target as we have set, despite some negative impacts of our commitment rationalization process. Chair, this at times delays in commencing learning programs because of the age of some of those commitments. When the go-ahead is given to some of these service providers, then at times they have to go back and actually have to go and find the learners, because some of these are about 5 to 7 and more years old. So that does delay at times our implementation. On two other matters, the service SETA lost a case of promotion, a prior case against Outer. Following that judgment, we submitted certain information to Outer, which resulted in Outer issuing a report on some supply chain matters within the service SETA. The accounting authority has appointed an independent law firm to investigate these issues raised in the Outer report for improvement of internal controls and also for consequence management. A task team of the audit committee is managing this process, including the appointment process, the supply chain process of the appointment of the service provider, and also they will manage the service provider and report then directly to the AA. On the question relating to the actions regarding manager's qualification, I want to remind the committee that we reported, as we reported in 2021 to the portfolio committee towards the end, as part of the remediating, to remediate this matter, after a meeting with SAQA and the QCTO on the direction from this committee, the AA resolved that the two executive managers in question will be allowed to attain the necessary qualification. Also, it's important to note that the movement of executive managers, as indicated in the report, is not related to this qualification matter, but was part of a restructuring and a reorganizational design within the services SETA. I also want to report to the committee on another matter in terms of threats that were received against some of our staff members. A staff member have reported overhearing threats on the lives of 3 senior staff members. These threats were reported to SAPS and to DHET, Security Advisory Services. Some immediate security measures were implemented regarding to access to our premises. The EXCO have also resolved to appoint an independent service provider to assess and improve our security. Also, EXCO resolved that we must develop security risk management policy to guide the AA and SETA in managing future threats, including immediate steps to secure individuals, and also including regular assessment of those security if and when provided. Chair, with your permission, I would like now to give over to the acting CEO. Thank you.
Acting CEO, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to the Chair and the members of this committee. Allow me, Chair, to say all protocol observed. Much ado. Let me get on into the presentation, and I will just start on the area of improved audit outcomes. Allow me, Chairperson, to update you on the current status on audit, but let me take you a little bit back to say, from the financial year 2019-20 up to 21-22, we have been having qualification due to commitments in particular as service SETA. But what we have done now to ensure that we mitigate this ongoing and perpetuating area of great concern is to ensure that we start with AGSA very early, as we started in December 2022, to begin to engage on all these areas that have been identified in the previous years, so that we ensure that at least we are moving in the positive direction and we are together collaboratively so into this trend. We have then started successfully well with them, whereby they identified the areas that we should provide supporting evidence and do the necessary reconciliations and adjustments that we need to do in our commitment schedule. We are looking forward now to an updated management report, which is due by the 31st of March. But I can comfortably say this ongoing engagement since December has enabled us to go to the root causes and begin to pull all the supporting evidence that could make our alignment into the commitment schedules moving forward. Further on, let me get now into the findings that were identified, which resulted into audit qualification, more in particular in the previous financial year. Just a high-level analysis to say we had 35 findings, and of the 35, we have got 24 resolved. 13 have been confirmed by our internal audit. That means now they have assessed them and proven them to be addressed. 11 are to be confirmed by the internal audit as we are moving now to the first quarter of the financial year. We are awaiting, all the work has been done there, but we are awaiting the internal audit to just confirm all what we have done. There are matters that also are not resolved yet. However, internally as service SETA, they have been addressed. But it's such that now we need the authority to approve all the work that has been done. It's not to say they are unresolved, nothing has been done about them. That will be talking to the AFS annual financial statements, the performance report, the compliance issues, the ICT governance, and other matter that relates to the planning policy. Perhaps let me just take the members a little bit into these, just to highlight the identified areas. Within the AFSs, there is just a misstatement and reconciliations that needed to be done there. With performance reporting, we pick up some duplication of learners, which is something that we have to address. When we do our reporting, SETMIS reporting, we pick up the duplication of learners in terms of the names and their ID numbers, and that's the area that has to be corrected. Around the compliance issues, members, we had an issue with regard to the supply chain matter, whereby in the tender, they only recorded they didn't record in the bid documents. They didn't record the minimum points on the bid document. And that now resulted into SCM audit finding. There was also, regarding to compliance, an issue around late submission of the AFS's annual financial statements. With the ICT governance, it talks to the control environment that needed to be applied. And this was identified by the internal audit to say at our head office level, we need to make improvements in our server room and ensure that we've got all systems to ensure that that server room is well equipped and well maintained and being looked at on a day-to-day basis to ensure that it adheres fully to the ICT compliance requirements. As I've indicated earlier on, but let me emphasize again, the area of non-compliance regarding those two areas there was late submission of the AFSs, which must be submitted before the deadline. The supply chain, there was an error there whereby in the bid documents, they didn't have the minimum points as expected to be reflected. Again, on the performance issues, it's the matter in particular of duplication of learners, so to speak. Let me further on address around irregular expenditure, because it's another area that it's identified in the audit. There were those described irregular expenditures there, but we are updating the members and the Honorable Chairperson now with what has been done with regard to those. I may not necessarily read line by line, but I think it suffices to just take the members on the update, in particular to say a review of the irregular expenditure by DHET found no evidence of wrongdoing by any official, the accounting authority has approved the write-off of the expenditure. The expenditures must be written off until the end of the current board term. There is also an issue on the DG support above 7.5%. There's a warning letter there that was issued against one official, as previously reported. The service sitter has applied to the National Treasury for condonation of the expenditure. DG expenditure on expired contracts. We have had an experience which is more of legacy issue, whereby we discovered some loopholes in effective and efficient management of our contracts. And that resulted into some expenditure on DG contracts that have expired. However, a warning letter was issued against one official, as reported. The service states applied to the National Treasury for the condonation of the expenditure. The issue on supply chain non-compliance, we have issued a warning letter to the official concerned. The service sitter has applied to the National Treasury for the condonation of the expenditure. Let me continue with fruitless expenditure related matters, Chairperson. The descriptor there is that we are realizing from our commitment issues that we do have companies that might have been offered contracts historically. That means as far back to some extent 2017-18 financial year, and we applied a staggered commencement due to our tight financial position in terms of implementing all those contracts. But other entities moved on to litigate the service sitter against some of the contracts that would have been implemented in the previous financial years, but the service sitter has to some extent not honored the implementation thereof. And as a result, we experienced the litigations. Settlement cost on dispute between service sitter and ICT provider. We are listing the names of the entities as is reflected in brackets on the descriptors for those. So we are also now updating the members on what has happened as a consequence management, as the chair has clearly alluded to that area. No official was found responsible in the settlement cost on dispute between service sitter and the ICT provider. No official. The expenditure has been written. The legal fees paid on the case between service sitter and the training provider, ITEMBA, no official was found responsible there. The expenditure has been written. Settlement on dispute between service sitter and security service provider, Mode Security. There is still an ongoing negotiation between the service sitter and EOH. Settlement on the dispute with the legal firm, the responsible official is no longer employed by the service sitter. However, the expenditure has been written off. That's that as far as the audit area, Chairperson, as well as what has been identified as the key issues around commitments that has been continuously leading to an audit qualification, which we believe now with the engagement with AGSA, we're going to be able to chase all these and have a much more better outcome moving forward. Let me, through you, Chairperson, move quickly now to the performance update, because it's another area that is historic that we're tasked by the leadership to address drastically so. In this area, it originates at a high level from 2020-21 financial year, where we're sitting at 40%. However, we've seen progression because in the financial year 21-22, we realized an 80% achievement. Then we took a stance now with our leadership to say, we can no longer allow to fall below what we have said. This is our basic starting point moving forward, to say nothing below 80%. We are targeting for 2022-23 financial year, 80%, and where possible, even above. But we want to assure this committee that we are striving to ensure that we don't fall below 80%. What could be assisting us there? I will just focus on the current, that so far we are sitting at 64% achievement. We want to ensure that come the end of this quarter, that is ending March, we would have chased all the gaps that we've identified that makes us to be still sitting below 80%. We have got an action plan in place that seeks to address the gaps, and we can guarantee that with the work on hand, we are already progressing quite well towards what our target has forecasted, 80%. If you look into the enrolled learners, at 64%, we're sitting at about and above 13,000 learners enrolled. But we want to ensure that with our 80% achievement, we would have achieved 18,000 learners and above. Let me continue on performance progress update with some much more detailed members. We have got 4 programs in our annual performance plan. Program 1, Program 2, Program 3, and Program 4. As it is reflected there, with Program 1, we had an annual target of 7. Achieved to date is 4%, making us to sit at 57%. To be achieved by the end of March 2023, it's 2 targets there. Program 2, skills planning, annual target it's 11, achieved so far it's 9, making us to sit at 82%, and we have got 1 more to achieve before the end of March. Program 3, we've got 30, achieved so far it's 18, and to be achieved by end March it's 4. Program 4 relating to quality assurance, we've got 2 annual targets there, with 1 already achieved. We're sitting at 50%. So this mapping, honorable members, is just an indication that our action plan is well crafted to ensure that what we are committing to achieve as 80% will be realized. Program 1 explanation, if I may take members to just a little bit give you an idea of which areas within Program 1 that were reflected in the previous mapping as the areas that we are addressing. There is a business continuity plan project. This is in phase 3 and will be achieved as we are now sitting by this date of the 20th of March. We have been pulling all our efforts to ensure that we don't miss the deadline date there for that plan to be finalized. There is also a stakeholder satisfaction survey that is a study currently underway, targeting 65% satisfaction score, and that study is to be completed by this month of March. There is also on Program 2, the number of trade unions and federations that we are tasked to support. We already have got work in progress with the 3 trade unions being WASA, DIPAKU, and SATAU. These are the unions that would be supporting us to achieve this. They are implementing their projects in this month of March as well, so that we are supported to ensure that our targeted focus on supporting the worker education is addressed. There are workshops and other interventions that has been planned for the 2 federations. We've got COSATU and NACTU. And these are the entities that are working to ensure that they implement the skills programs in this month of March, this quarter, which will be counted against now Program 2 targets to be achieved. Moving further on to explain Program 3 chairperson and members, We have got a targeted focus on cooperatives, NGO, and NPO support. This also includes an e-learning program delivery that we are utilizing as a learning intervention to deliver the programs that are targeted for these particular sectors indicated there. We also include SMMEs there and also business startups. We have been able to progress drastically into this area. We are just finalizing now supporting evidence that is required for us to upload and quality assure the performance achieved. Number of artisan learners enrolled, 94% achieved. More artisan projects will be activated. I meant now this month of March, not in the new financial year, to ensure that we achieve this target, and commencement letters will be issued to address the variance. It's another area that we cannot afford to fall short because artisan development is a priority for our country. Number of learners enrolled in learnership programs. They are employed and the unemployed. One of the reasons you might see, I must just point you to the 57%. With regard to our commencement, because we've got these legacy commencements that we are pushing and aligning to ensure that we also apply the rationalization into legacy commencements that we are addressing in our commitment schedule. You find that, Chairperson and honorable members, that the enrollments in these programs have to start afresh in terms of not being able to trace and track the original learners that might have been recruited earlier on. But because we want to ensure that such providers are chasing to ensure that these unemployed learners get into skills development. So we are working on that. I will share on the rationalization projects aligned to dealing with this issue of commencement and these late starts into some projects, because we had to negotiate with service providers and try to align them to the new occupational qualifications versus what would have been applied for 2-3 years ago. Number of learners enrolled in skills program, we are sitting at 74% achieved, and there is more progress in this area. Number of qualifications aligned to priority skills. What we have done as we are transitioning into new occupational qualification space, we then have to ensure that we get up to speed with the development and registration with the Quality Council for Trade and Occupations of the new occupational qualifications. By the way, this is also assisting us to ensure that the older commencement are aligned now to the new occupational registered qualifications. We are sitting at 70% achievement, and we are working on completing that target with the remaining gap to ensure that 3 full qualifications, 2 skills programs are submitted to the QCTO, and the processes of registration do take place around those. Let me touch on commitment rationalization, which is one of the areas I reflected on that have got a huge impact into our commitments that we had to address so that there is reconciliation and adjustments in our commitment schedule to adhere to the AG requirements and leading to the SETA improving on its qualification outcome. This process, honorable members, has yielded positive results because we realize that we cannot cancel the old commitments. We just have to really explore and engage with the service providers to have an understanding as to how do we move with things. We have been able to drastically move from about 3.2 billion of commitments, and now currently 2.7, and had a reduction of over 700 million. But of importance here, when we negotiate with these providers, we are aligning them to the new qualifications. They might have applied 3 years ago for qualifications that sit into what we regard as legacy or historic, but we are realizing now aligned to the occupations in demand, discuss and critical skills. Let's bring to the fore the new occupational qualifications. And what's good about them is that they've got 3 layers there: the theory, the practice, and the workplace. So we are aligning those to them. That is also, by the way, one of the ways of trying to mitigate litigations that might be as a result of some contracts not being implemented. That's fine. Let me get quickly now, members, to the business processes around organizational development. But I will be focusing into each category within the business process update. There's a review and update of the ICT systems and business processes and standard operating procedures, as I might have touched on it. On occupational qualifications, we are aligning the new occupational qualifications from the historic, transitioning to the occupational qualifications that we are continuously registering year on year with QCTO and doing capacity building for our stakeholders to ensure that we get to roll out these new occupational qualifications. There is also an organizational development process internally within the SETA. Members, let me just touch on the issue of 7.5% to the 10.5% differentiation there. We have found ourselves now to have exceeded the 7.5%. And that then necessitated us to re-engineer, relook, review our internal human resource element so that we don't exceed the 7.5% as it is required and regulated to circumvent the issue of 7.5 versus 10.5%. There is an organizational alignment and organizational structure within the occupational qualifications as well into this area. We are hoping with the work that we are doing on OD, we're going to be able to deal with the issue of 7.5% versus the 10.5%. Chairperson, I will on this slide touch into the area of litigation and then through you afford chairperson of the board to deal with these matters, although he has already touched on them earlier on, but he might have to. There are 2 cases that I wanted to lift up there on the litigation, Chair. These cases relate to 2 providers. One is the provider that was constructing our skills center in Tala, where we found that there are claims that needed to be addressed, and this escalated to a litigation of service SETA against those claims. It's around cost escalations that were reflected on by the service provider. We are creating an information and awareness about this litigation so that we can members could be aware of what we are currently dealing with. There is another case that originates from these very old legacy commitments I've touched on earlier on. There is a provider that is also pursuing litigation whereby some training hasn't happened, but due to the time lapse, the provider now is opting for litigation of the service SETA around that. Let me allow the chair.
Thank you very much, Acting CEO. Chairperson, I have already dealt with the 2 matters in my open remark. So I would like to thank you. That is in the end of our presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Acting CEO and the collective. Let me just hand over to the Public Service SETA. Before the public service SETA continue, members, let me just rectify myself. Earlier on, I said that we are meeting with both SETAs on issues of the AG findings and their plan of action. But today it's our first time meeting with the public service SETA. So just to of other comments that when I started the meeting, I just want to deal with that matter. You can continue.
I think we lost you, the chairperson.
Can you hear me, Anele?
No, you were completely cut off.
Okay, I was indicating to honorable members and everyone on the platform to say today it's our first time meeting with the public SETA. So earlier on, remember I made remarks that we have noted the repetitive issues that are highlighted on the report. So I just wanted to indicate that today as the portfolio committee, it is our first time meeting with the public SETA. So I'm handing over to the SETA for presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. May I kindly check if you can hear me properly?
I can hear you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let's once more pass our greetings to you, Chair, and all honorable members of the portfolio committee, and convey our greetings to other colleagues who are here, the DG and representatives of Services SETA and my colleagues in PSETA. My name is Tulani Chefuta. I am the chairperson of the Accounting Authority of PSETA, which team we have been leading since April 1, 2020. Chair, we are truly grateful for this opportunity of meeting with the Portfolio Committee to give an account of the work that we do as stipulated in your areas of interest and request for our engagement, but also equally to open ourselves as a collective to learn from the wisdom of the committee that has been acquired over time. Joining me today in this session is a team from the EXCO of the board, which has representatives from labor and employers. We're also joined by the executive management of the SETA, led by the CEO, the COO, and the CFO, and our board secretary is also joining us today. And just briefly to kickstart this discussion, we do want to indicate that we are a bit of a strange SETA in the sense that the lifespan of the SETA itself has evolved into many different organizational forms. At one point, the SETA was folded into a directorate in the Department of Public Service and Administration and then re-established as a SETA. And we are, in a way, the smallest SETA in terms of financial resources, but servicing the biggest constituency or sector, if you like, being the public service. And so one of the most important things we did right from the beginning of our term was to define the strategic direction of the SETA, of PSETA, to have a direct alignment and strategic fit with priority number one of the medium-term strategic framework, which is about building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. And we view the core of our mandate as being to make a contribution through skills development in the development of the building of that capable, ethical, and developmental state. In that equation, consistent with the spirit of the National Skills Development Plan, we are also challenging ourselves to lead a demand-led skills development system. In that demand-led skills development delivery, we are mindful of the fact that the demand for the public service is defined or gets to be defined by departments like the Department of Public Service and Administration. Hence, we've built strong relations with that department so that the skills that we seek to produce as the SETA do have a fit with the actual demand that is defined by the skills required by the public service as defined by the DPSA. And we know that DPSA defines that demand, but also as a SETA, we do make active investments into research to define that demand, not only for the present, but also for the future skills of the public service. And so we balance between the changing nature of work as it pertains to the reality now. And we also invest in that research to define the demand of the skills of the future of the public service. One of the most important things that maybe we may highlight about these investments into research to define that demand is that we're not only defining success to mean receiving the research report, but we take a conscious effort of developing implementation plans to realize the recommendations of those research recommendations. Currently, Chair and members of the committee, PSETA is investing into skills programs that address the actual needs of the sector. And what we try and do is not to just implement skills development programs because they are a mandate, learnerships, internships because they are a mandate. We always define the success that we need to see through the practical challenges that the public service is confronted with. Let me make a few examples. When the state generally has been confronted with the challenge of high numbers of people that have been suspended, sitting on suspension, getting their salaries and their disciplinary processes taking years and years, not ending. As PSETA, we invested into the training of labor relations practitioners who can preside over disciplinary processes such that those can be expedited. And we have definitely seen improvement on that through that investment of training labor relations officers for those disciplinary processes. Secondly, we are one of the few SETAs that have dedicated a skills development program for persons with disability so that their end game in the public service does not only see them being relegated into reception positions, but they are able to take up the other higher echelons of employment opportunities in the public service, a program which the minister welcomed very, very well. We also make sector-wide interventions on internships. These sector-wide internships that we provide, you will appreciate that there are national departments that are under our purview as public service sector. We try and make sure that those departments at the service delivery front do get interns that they can boost their capacity. One of the areas that are interesting about the internships that we want to scale up is that the Department of International Relations and Cooperation is under us. We want to scale up to the extent where every mission that we have of South Africa has young people that are placed as interns in that department, but currently our financial resources do not allow that. The Department of Home Affairs is under Public Service and Administration SETA. In the Home Affairs, we want to see a contingent of a cadre of young people who will be in the frontline offices, making sure that from the time a person enters that office, they are asked what they are coming to do. Do they have the right documents? They stand in the right queue so that they spend as little time as possible in those offices. And so we try and link our intensive programs to the face of service delivery. Even Parliament itself is under a PSETA. We offer interns to Parliament and the provincial legislatures and also provincial governments. We led a process of developing a skills audit framework just at a high level. Which skills audit framework we know that gets to unearth things like whether we have the right people in the right jobs with the right skills. When we discover the findings therein, we try and buttress the findings of the audit with interventions like the recognition of prior learning that can boost the skills base of those people that have gone through that audit, so that they have immediate access to the skills that can enable them to do a better in their jobs in the public service. We know that there is a general outcry, which we believe we have not researched up to the finer detail. This outcry is about that South Africa has brilliant ideas. South Africa has brilliant policies. South Africa has brilliant legislation, but we falter on implementation. We have poor implementation. That is one of the niche areas that PCETA wants to invest in the sense of trades or skills areas like project management, monitoring, and evaluation. And we have actually positioned that other programs, like there are many young people who are sitting out there not being able to complete their qualifications because they cannot access the public service to do work integrated learning. And we also want to scale up and make sure that there is no young person who studies in the fields of public management or public administration who can be of value to the public service that cannot complete their service. We talk about those who come from universities of technology, from DHET colleges, including universities themselves, scaling up that work integrated learning. We have imposed high standards of good governance and accountability to ourselves as the board of the SETA and all other structures. We can boldly report to the portfolio committee that we are leading a stable organization led in front by the board. We had challenges when we started our term of tumultuous labor relations environment, which we can claim we have stabilized to the satisfaction of the operations of the organization. And we continue to build sound partnerships and add value in the life of the entities that are part of our constituency. The biggest challenge we have is that of having the smallest budget that cannot meet the demands of the skills of the public service. And in that regard, we are working on a sustainable funding model, which at a later stage we can be able to share with the portfolio committee, because we believe the portfolio committee will also have a role to play in giving life to that. And lastly, we think that we have been able to do all the good work that will be presented now by the team through sound support that we continuously receive from the minister. And Chair, thank you very much with those brief remarks. The CEO, Ms. Buntleli Rumo, is going to lead the presentation. Our COO, Ms. Mengale Gampota, is going to present the few slides on the APP moving forward, and our acting CFO will do the budget, and we conclude. Those will be very brief. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I'm happy that you're saying that those who are coming after you will be very brief. However, we thank you for the comprehensive opening remarks. Thank you. Over to you, Member Ntle.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Let me also greet honorable members who are in the call, as well as the PCETA AA Chairperson and AA members, the Services SETA AA members and executives, DG, all protocol observed. Good morning. As PCETA, we have repositioned ourselves to be the heart of developing a skilled, capable, innovative public sector workforce. We aim to do this by conducting research in skills demand and supply in the sector, making sure that there is effective delivery of skills interventions that are relevant to the sector. monitoring and evaluation of training that is being conducted in the sector, as well as building a capable institution to be able to deliver on the mandate. Then in terms of the values, we commit to be honest and to be accountable, to provide excellent services to our customers, as well as to be fair and transparent in our dealings. The PCETA scope of coverage, it includes national departments, provincial departments, legislatures and parliament. For legislatures and parliament, our focus is more on the administrative side. PCETA registered public entities. We are responsible for the transversal systems as a CETA. Transversal systems are the skills that regard transversal skills are your skills for administration, leadership, management, policy development. So we are looking more into cross-cutting skills. These are the skills and competencies that will make government to deliver effective and efficient services. Then our strategic outcomes, we've got 4 strategic outcomes. The first outcome is enhance PCETA's capabilities to deliver on its strategy. Our second outcome is to deliver quality learning interventions in the sector, to conduct credible research that will inform training interventions or that will assist when it comes to skills planning. And the last one is just to increase pool of skills into the sector, just making sure that there are more skilled public servants in our sector. Then our priority areas as a CETA, we've got 4 priority areas. The first one is on research and skills planning. As I said, on an annual basis, we conduct a sector skills plan. The sector skills plan assists us to identify training interventions or to inform training interventions, as well as the strategy that we implement as a CETA. We also now conducting provincial sector skills plan. The provincial sector skills plan assists the provinces to identify the skills needs as well as identify the skills demands. Previously, we were not doing the provincial ones. The focus was more on the sector skills plan at a national level, but we've identified that there is a need for us to provide provinces with relevant information when it comes to the skills demands and the skills supply at a provincial level. We also conduct trace and impact assessment studies. Here we simply trace the learners and interns that have been placed just to check as to what happened to them, have they been absorbed, post them completing the internship program. The other research work that we're doing is the Future of Work program. This is in partnership with the Tshwane University Institute for Future World of Work. We're looking into the skills and competencies of a future model public servant. The research will inform what are the relevant competencies that are required in the future, what are the relevant qualifications, what are the relevant skills, and again, what are the emerging occupations and jobs. As a CETA, we are of the view that some of the jobs that are in the sector will not be relevant 5 years from now. So the research that we're doing, it will assist us to prepare for the future. So it's going to be one of our groundbreaking projects as a CETA. We also looked into the review of skills demand and supply in the sector. As in the sector, we've got different role players who are responsible for the skills demand and supply. So the research is assisting us to come up with more of an informed way of managing the skills and demand in the sector, and also just making sure that there is collaboration just to make sure that we don't operate in a fragmented manner. Then we also supporting the government departments with the RPL programs. This year, we are doing a research because we want to check what is the impact of the RPL projects that have been implemented previously. Then for learning programs, here the focus is more on learnerships. Our learnerships are for public admin, We're looking into leaderships or procurement. We offer skills programs. Some of our skills programs relate to issues such as complex problem solving, innovation, as we are mindful of the skills that will be required, for example, 5 years from now. So we just have repositioned ourselves and make sure that our programs as a SETA are the programs that respond to the future. We do RPM, like as I said, for public administration. We're offering it at NQF level 5. We've got NQF level 6 as well as NQF level 7. We've noticed that there is a huge demand, especially in the sector, for the RPL programs, as we've got a lot of public servants who've got experience, but they don't have qualifications. So on an annual basis, we do implement the RPL program. We offer bursaries. The target is mainly unemployed youth, and we are looking into the priority occupations and skills that are needed in the sector. We also fund internships. Internships, these are the university students. Again, our internships are geared towards bringing young unemployed youth into the sector in relation to the priority occupations or skills that are relevant. And we also do work integrated learning. Here, the focus is on TVET learners who require 18 months experiential learning experience in order for them to get a diploma. There is a demand for it. And as a SETA, we are not even in a position to meet the demands because we've got a lot of TVET learners. Last time when we checked, Chairperson, we had about 6,000 TVET learners who have completed their relevant qualifications, but now they need the experiential or the practical training in order for them to get a diploma. We are also supporting University of Technology students. We've even received an award from the Mangosuthu University of Technology for being one of the SETAs that is supporting the University of Technology students. For this one, it's more of a 6-month program where we support the students in order again for them to complete or get their qualifications. Then for quality assurance, the focus is on developing occupational qualifications, as my colleague from Services SETA indicated earlier on. The focus of SETAs now is on developing occupational qualifications. For this financial year, we have supported, or we are supporting Home Affairs to develop 2 qualifications for them. We are supporting GCIS and also the Department of Employment and Labor. We develop learning material for the public administration qualifications. So as a SETA, after we've developed qualifications for departments, we also come in and assist them with the development of training or learning material, as our focus is on ensuring that there is quality training that is provided in the sector. That's the reason why we are also supporting departments when it comes to development of learning material. Then we are accrediting service providers to make sure that we have a pool of service providers who can train on the occupational qualifications. Then there's also the external integrated summative examinations that are being done for occupational qualifications. We are currently accrediting providers to be able to provide the support. Certification is the certification or certificates that we issue to learners who have completed the public admin qualifications. And we currently, I don't think we have a backlog because we always try and push and make sure that certificates are issued timelessly. Then our last priority area is on special projects and partnerships. We have digital skills programs. The programs here, the target is the employed and unemployed. For the employed, it is called the Batopele Skills, the Batopele program. I'll talk to it later in the presentation. And then the unemployed, it's a program that we did with Microsoft, where we were targeting unemployed youth, making sure that we equip them with the relevant skills that they need for them to be employable. The 2 digital skills programs that we've implemented or that we are implementing as a SETA are in partnership with Microsoft South Africa. We also do worker-initiated training. We are supporting the trade unions, that is PSA, NEHAO, COPCRU, as well as the bargaining councils. We're implementing rural development programs. For this current financial year, we are doing a project with KZN Department of Social Development, as well as NYDA. The focus is on unemployed youth, and the program is called New Venture Creation. Again, for this financial year, our priority is to supporting the SMMEs. We are running a digital entrepreneurship program to just make sure that we equip our SMMEs with the relevant skills that will be required in the future. Then the skills and critical skills, these are the skills that have been informed by our sector skills plan that we develop annually. We have classified the skills into 3 bubbles. The first one is on management. Second one, the target is skills that are relevant for professionals. And the last bubble is the clerical support worker skills. I'm not going to go through this, Chairperson, as for example, for management, we've got policy development, strategic management. For professionals, there's a need for complex problem solving. There's a need for digital skills, clerical support. It's a basic skills on business writing, skills on records management. Departments are receiving a lot of audit findings from the AG just because of poor records management. Then this is the geographical spread of public service employees. If you look at this at the graph, it shows that national departments, we have around 18.6% of employees. The second one is KZN province by 16.69, then Gauteng 16.37, Northern Cape being the smallest province with 2.28 public servants. The skills interventions that we've implemented as a CETA in the past 2 financial years, we've have, for example, for 2021, 30% of the interventions were in Gauteng. And the reason is that for Gauteng province, it also includes your national departments. That's the reason why the number for Gauteng is high. If you look at it, the second one for 2022, it was KZN, Free State, or KZN, followed by Western Cape and Limpopo. For 2022-23, we've got Gauteng, KZN, Mpumalanga. What we're trying to do, as the chairperson said, we are very thin in terms of our resources, so we are not able to support all the provinces at the same time. We always prioritize. For the 2023-24 financial year, the focus is now supporting Northern Cape, Mpumalanga, as well as the Free State province. So we're just trying to make sure that at least after every 2 or 3 years, we are able to reach out to other provinces. Then the slide, it just shows the skills development interventions that have been implemented, where we're looking at the race, gender, and people with disabilities. Chair, I can safely say as a CETA, we're one of the CETAs that are concerned or that are supporting people with disabilities. The learnership programs that we are implementing this year, 100% target is people with disabilities, and also 100% target, we're targeting unemployed youth in the rural areas. I'm not going to go through this, Chair, in the interest of time, but one can safely see that as a CETA, we are supporting more females as compared to male. So this is in line with the demographics of the country. Then the support for, or the programs that we have supported as part of the district development model, one can see that most of the projects that we have implemented were done in the KZN province, as well as we've supported Free State province. As I said, this year we're implementing in the KZN and Free State. Next year, the focus is on Limpopo province as well as Northern Cape, just to make sure that with the limited funds that we have, we are able to support all the provinces. Then in year 3, the focus will will go to Eastern Cape and Western Cape, because these are the provinces then that will need to support in order to make sure that we round up all the provinces. Unfortunately, I think if we had enough funding, we would have been in a better position to support all the provinces at the same time. Then this slide just explains the skills programs that we are implementing. And a skills program, it's more of a top-up skill that you need. It constitutes towards a qualification as it is registered by SAQA. We've done the labor relations, we've done digital skills, data analytical skills, because a skills program, it's more of a skill that will just, where you capacitate the public servants just to make sure that they are capable to do the work. Then we've got learnership programs that we have implementing or that we are implementing. A learnership is a workplace-based learning that culminates into an occupational qualification. Our focus is more on public admin, procurement, leadership, as well as ICT. And then, like I said, we also do RPL on public administration and or management. Then the next slide is on the flagship projects that we have implemented or that we are implementing. We have the Batopele Digital Skills Program. This program, the target is public servants. It's a free program that is available on the SETA website. We have partnered with Microsoft SA to develop this one. The aim is just to provide employees with the basic digital skills that they need for them to do the work. It ranges from entry level to your advanced skills for technical roles. The reason why we ended up partnering with Microsoft, it was informed by the research that we did with Wits University on e-learning, where we identified that there is a need for us to equip employees with the basic digital skills before we move into the online learning platforms. Then the second project, it's the Future Skills Model Public Servant. As I indicated, this is a research work in partnership with the TUT Institute of the Future World of Work, where we're looking at a skills profile of a high-performing future public service, where we're looking at the competences, we're looking into the emerging occupations, qualifications, as well as identifying the need, where there's a need for upskilling, reskilling the current cohort of public servants for them to be responsive in the future. This project is also looking into the future ICT skills needs in the sector. We're more zooming into the competencies of the ICT employees, identifying the skills gaps, and just ensuring that departments are staffed or capacitated with ICT employees who will be able to support them in the future. Then the two internships or learnership programs that we are implementing. The first one is called the Future of Work Ambassadors Program. It's in partnership with DPSA and NYDA. We're looking into the cohort of interns who will become ambassadors. The purpose of this program is really to inform how we can shape the internship programs going forward, and also to make sure that we improve on how the internship program is being managed in the sector. The graduate interns have been placed across government departments for 24 months, and we are continuously monitoring the implementation is in order for us as a SETA to draw lessons from this program. We've also partnered with NYDA and provincial government. Like, as I said, this one is with in partnership with KZN Department of Social Development, where we are supporting unemployed, disabled rural youth. The provincial departments is providing learning resources, equipment, learning center, as well as social support to the learners. The program is called New Venture Creation Learnership Program, and it's going to provide them with entrepreneurial skills. Next year, we're targeting to roll it out in the Northern Cape as well as Free State. And in year 3, we'll take it to Limpopo and the Eastern Cape. The digital entrepreneurship program, it's that we are implementing is in partnership with NEMISA, that is the National Electronic Media Institute of South Africa. It is an advanced digital entrepreneurship program. The aim of the program is to develop digital skills for exploring, starting, running, and growing a digital enterprise amongst SMMEs, just to make sure that they understand what is an entrepreneurship, they understand what it means to be an entrepreneur. They will be taken through the issues of business planning, where they are assisted to develop a business model canvas. We are intending to continuously roll it, implement it in the other years, just to make sure that we are able to reach most of the SMMEs in the country. Then the Microsoft Global Skills Initiative, PCTA partnered with Microsoft South Africa. The program was launched by the minister on the 28th of April, 2021. The focus for this program was to build digital skills capabilities and to improve employability of unemployed youth in the country. As a CETA, what we did, because when we were implementing this program, we realized that the issue of access to data or access to network, it's a problem. So we also supported the learners by giving them stipends in order for them to reach, for example, the nearest NYDA's offices for them to complete the program. The program has managed to reach 54,000 unemployed youth, and as a CETA, we supported 6,821 unemployed learners who participated in the program. As a CETA, we are collaborating with our DPSA, as DPSA is a policy department that is responsible for issuing norms and standards in the sector. So most of the work that we do, we make sure that we bring them on board to ensure that the research work that we do as a CETA then is can inform the work that is being done by DPSA, and they are able to issue the directives to departments to guide the work or to inform how the to inform departments on HR management issues. The first one is guidelines for operational competencies. The operational competency framework guidelines will assist HRD practitioners to develop job profiles, to identify necessary competencies or the relevant competencies that are linked to a specific job. We've also developed a skills audit methodology framework. We are now moving into the second phase of it, where we are in partnership with the National School of Government, going to develop learning material to support the implementation or the rollout of the skills methodology framework, as we have the view that we don't need consultants to do the skills audits frameworks, but we just want to make sure that National School of Government develops a capacity building program to support HRD practitioners in conducting skills audits. The future of work, I've spoke about this one, and we've also reviewed the human resource strategic framework. The framework, it's before the DG and the minister. They are working on it, and it will be tabled in Parliament soon. Another program that we have implemented, or that we are currently implementing, it is in partnership with the National Treasury. We are developing it's a program on what is called the Standard Chart of Accounts. The Standard Chart of Accounts is what the finance people use when they do the budget and also when they pay. So the purpose is just to capacitate employees or the financial managers, even the non-financial practitioners who are working with the SCOA, for them to understand how to utilize it and for them to be able to do the budget correctly. So SCOA, like I said, it's more on the budget, making sure that the budget is captured against the correct posting item, and also it will assist to manage the issues of over expenditures or departments exceeding the budgeted amounts. The training is for 450 public sector or public service employees across all the 9 provinces. And there's also a session that is taking place with the national departments in Pretoria. In terms of their flagship projects, as the chairperson said, we have implemented a labor relations training. This was targeting the presiding officers just to make sure that we are able to address the backlogs when it comes to the finalization of cases in the sector. It's a program that is offered by Services SETA. As SETAs, we are allowed to train on programs that are offered or qualifications that are offered by other SETAs. Also, we are in partnership with PSA as well as NHAU. We've just finalized or concluded a deal now with Pop Crew. We're also going to support them on bursaries as well as skills programs. We've worked with the 2 bargaining councils in our sector, that is the GPSSBC as well as the PSCBC, rolling out skills programs. We've trained 680 employees on conflict management. Also in partnership with the Gauteng City Vision Academy, we launched the Public Service Month where we're looking at conversations around challenges when it comes to the new normal, how to manage staff who are working remotely, and also the issue of performance management of teams that are working remotely. We also have a partnership with WITS. WITS is our research partner. There are field research reports that have been produced, as I indicated earlier on, that the work that we do is informed by credible research. So WITS is our research partner, and the work that they produce or the outputs from the research then informs the skills interventions that we implement as a SETA. We've also partnered with the Eastern Cape Office of the Premier, where we implemented a learnership program. Target was 50 unemployed learners in rural areas. And like I said, the focus is more on youth with unemployed youth and also people with disabilities. Lastly, we've spent about 8 million supporting the RPL implementation. This one was at NQF level 5, and we managed to train 300 public service officials. Then the next slide, Chairperson, or the next slides are on past performance. This is just, this slide just shows our 5-year performance history as a SETA. One can say that in 2017-18, we were at, our performance was around 59%. And if you look at our performance now for 2021-22, we were at 84%. When it comes to the SLA targets, our performance is at, for 2021, it was at 88%. And for SLA, it's 88% for SLA for 2021. Our target for this financial year, it's around 90%. We're hoping that we'll achieve 90% performance when it comes to SLA and APP targets. Then the audit history. We've been very fortunate for the past 4 financial years. We've received clean audit reports. We are moving from a SETA that used to receive qualified or disclaimers to a SETA that is now receiving clean audit reports. The commitment as management is to maintain the status quo and to continuously receive clean audit reports. In terms of the audit findings, we received 15 audit findings from the 2021 audits. Most of them were not material findings, and I can safely report, Chairperson, that we have resolved 100% of the findings that have been raised by the AG. Chairperson, let me hand over to the acting CFO to present on the budget.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. members of the committee, delegation from DHET, PCETA, Services SETA. I will be taking you through the numbers to support the presentation that was just given, and also the opening remarks from the chairperson of the SETA. So in terms of the revenue for the past financial years, you will notice that it does fluctuate, and this is the issue that we are currently grappling with in terms of not having enough resources. And in the opening remarks of the chairperson, he did mention that we are currently busy with the development of the funding model. So the outcome of that, we're hoping that it will assist us in terms of aligning us with the other SETAs. Because if you look at the budget of the other SETAs, comparing it with ours, you'll see that our budget is a drop in the ocean. And also, in terms of what makes up the budget, we are in large dependent on the grant that we receive from National Treasury through DHET. And in the past 2 years or so, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, you'll know that there was budget cuts across the board, and that has also affected us as the SETA. In terms of the budget, current year budget going into the medium term framework, you'll notice that in terms of the total revenue there, for the ensuing year, which is 2023-24, there is a drop in our budget, and largely because of those transfers from DH, which were reduced when the National Treasury effected those budget cuts. But going into 2024-25 and the outer year, you will see that we are slowly picking up from there. And in terms of our mandate and the Skills Development Act and Levies Act, you will notice that the space that we operate in, we're supposed to be receiving levies. However, the Act does not allow us to receive levies currently. So the top three numbers that you see there, those are the levies that we ought to receive as PCETA. And that is just around, on average, 4 million per year. So that is quite low if you look at the sector that we operate in. So this is the situation that we're trying to rectify through the development of the funding model, and hope that in the near future, the Skills Development Act, as it were, it will be amended to allow us to collect those levies from departments and provincial departments, as it were. In terms of the budget per program, so that is the split there. So if you look at admin and you compare that with our core mandate, which is learning programs and projects, you'll see that it's on par. So we would like to see ourselves or find ourselves in a situation that that budget there is in the region of 90% of the entire budget of the entity, if not more, like what you will find in other SETAs that operate in the sector. And then this is just the split of the discretionary grant budget in terms of the three programs that we have within PCETA, which is the learning programs and projects. So this is where in the main we respond to our mandate, and then the skills planning and research assist us with the development of research or research agenda in terms of what are the qualifications that we need to be focusing on. And the last one, quality assurance budget, is just to assist the entity with the development of those qualifications. So Chairperson, allow me to end here, and the COO will then take over and then present the planned APP interventions. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and honourable members. And also good morning to all other delegations present in this meeting. In terms of the PCETA's plan for the upcoming financial year 23-24, we will continue to focus on the performance indicators as informed by the various National Skills Development Plan outcomes. For example, if we start with worker-initiated training, we will continue our work in this area in partnership with the bargaining councils, and we've recently formalized a partnership with the Workers' College that is based in the KZN province, and we are pursuing opportunities in terms of focusing on worker-initiated training and worker education in this area. The second intervention is around SMME support. As the CEO has already alluded to, we do have a partnership with NEMISA in terms of digital entrepreneurship. And we will continue with that partnership and expand our numbers progressively to ensure that we are supporting SMMEs that work with PCETA and also more broadly. So for the current financial year, we are supporting what we call our skills development providers who are accredited with PCETA. And as I indicated, that will be expanded in the 23-24 financial year. We will continue our work in terms of rural development projects. We've been fortunate enough to be able to allocate projects to 2 provinces, and these will be implemented with the National Youth Development Agency, with whom we as PCETA have a very strong working relationship, and also the relevant provincial government department. And these rural development projects will be targeting unemployed youth and learners and persons with disabilities. In terms of our research work, we will continue updating the sector skills plan. We'll focus on provincial sector skills plan. So currently we are going to be pursuing a provincial sector skills plan with the Northern Cape Office of the Premier, focusing on the skills needs of that province. And that will be rolled out in future years across different provinces, again, depending on budget availability. We continue conducting impact assessment studies, which enables us as well as the sector to really assess the outcomes of our programs and to improve as we go about. Currently, we are concluding an impact assessment study on learnerships that have been implemented. And in addition, we'll continue to look at recognition of prior learning, because some of our challenges that we've experienced with implementing RPL is from the initial support that individuals receive at the employer level in terms of understanding and being aware of what the criteria is to be absorbed into a recognition of prior learning program. In terms of qualification development, our focus for 23-24 will be looking more at skills programs. The CEO has already spoken about some of the focus areas, and we will be developing programs focusing on complex problem-solving skills as well as innovation. As a CETA, we also have a mandate of ensuring that we provide career guidance for individuals seeking a career within the public service sector. And we have planned to do 22 career advocacy sessions in urban areas and 10 in rural areas. The other interventions we have planned is capacity building, and this is for particularly targeting 2 categories. One is the SDFs, your skills development facilitators, who play a very critical role at the employer level in terms of determining what are the skills gaps and ensuring those are translated into actual interventions and plans. And that is what informs the workplace skills plans that get submitted to the CETA. And then the SDPs are the skills development providers, who are our delivery vehicle in terms of actual implementation of training that would be funded by the CETA. The other interventions we will be continuing with our work integrated learning, targeting both the TVET learners as well as learners coming out of your universities of technology. Our target will be 200 for the TVET learners, and as well as 200 for University of Technology learners. The PCETA will fund a total of 60 bursaries to unemployed learners at universities, as well as offer 70 internship opportunities for unemployed graduates for 24-month internship. And this 24-month internship is aligned to the DPSA directive in terms of developmental programs. And we are one of the few SETAs that fund internships for a period of 24 months. Our learnerships will focus on rural youth, again, focusing on new venture creation. And this is with the view of ensuring that individuals within rural areas are really able to explore new ventures as an option for employment rather than looking for direct employment. Our skills programs will be targeting 1,650 public service officials. And here we are mainly focusing on those service delivery departments where we have frontline service delivery. And we will also be offering coaching and mentoring. And the coaching and mentoring is really dedicated to ensure that when departments are hosting learners, whether it be learners coming through from a TVET program or a graduate intern, those individuals that have been allocated as a coach and mentor really know what is expected of them. They are able to apply it not only to the intern that they are coaching and mentoring, but also further down to any team members that may be reporting to them. We will continue our support in terms of recognition of prior learning and support 200 public service employees to obtain a qualification in public administration. And another intervention that we have planned for 23-24 is in partnership with DHET as well as the Department of Home Affairs, and this is resuscitating with them the cadet programs. And these are the youth development initiatives where, as PSETA, working with DHET and DHA, we will support unemployed youth to be trained on the relevant learnerships. And so that we are also ensuring a pool of skills into the very unique areas of work of the DHET and Department of Home Affairs. Chairperson, our last slide is on some of the key challenges we have or we do experience as the SETA. I think the CFO as well as the CEO and our chairperson have already spoken about the budgetary constraints, and I'm not going to go through that again. So because the financial resources available for training and development remains with our sector, we are again exploring proposals for sustainable funding model. And one of the consequences of resources for training and development not being centralized, like with other sectors, is that sector training priorities are not centralized and streamlined. So because we have various skills development role players, different departments will target different training priorities. So this creates the issue where, as a sector, we're not all working towards the same priorities in terms of where financial resources are being spent. The other issue we have noted as a key item is the issue of sufficient workplaces within the sector to host artisan development learners. And finally, based on the studies that we have conducted, is that whilst the sector does offer many opportunities for your graduate interns and will learners, whilst they are doing their experiential learning, post the completion of this, there's no absorption into employment, which I would say is an issue that as a country we are contending with. Chair, that brings me to the end of our presentation. Thank you very much. I will now hand back over to the PSETA chairperson. Thank you.
Chair, good morning again, and all colleagues. We are done with our presentation and kindly fold it over back to you, Chair of the committee, for that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson from PSETA. Before I hand over or note members who would want to make comments or clarity-seeking questions, one of the things that one would want to emphasize is that as the portfolio committee, we are very consistent about our agenda in terms of transformation. We have noted that in terms of services where there's indication of products or programs or beneficiaries, some of the slides, they are not specific. And we have actually emphasize this issue to say in future, if the department or sectors can be able to do a pie that includes everything in one slide, it will be of paramount importance so that we don't, go being speculating in terms of whether these learners who are beneficiaries on these programs are the ones on that particular program indicating in a geographical spread program. So it is important, colleagues, that you note that we are very, very consistent and precise about what is it that we want to check or measure in all these programs and beneficiaries that are achieving these particular programs. The other thing that one would want to note as well and indicate to more especially public sector, because of it's the first time that we meet with them, is that I'm happy about the representation today of delegation, and we hope that they will maintain the standard even if when they deal with issues of opportunities. I was very glad that the chairperson of the public sector actually gave us a synopsis in terms of the role of the sector in bridging the gaps, skills gaps, and as well issues of RPL, the issue of the sector landscape, external analysis situations, and as well factors for PCETA. The issues of research and skills planning initiatives were touched by his remarks, and as well the approaching to skills planning and internal environment. So I will turn over to members to engage all these presentations. As the chairperson always like to say, she always says that in this portfolio committee, we are anti-partisan when we actually engage on issues that deals with our communities, and as well we ensure that we don't use a red pen but a green pen in terms of ensuring that we make this department and people employed or deployed to ensure that they service our people. I'm noting Honorable Litsie. Can I see any members? Noting Honorable Tutuzile Sibia. I'm noting Honorable Khao. I just want to check if there are any other members. Okay, it's only 3 members that will be engaging with presentations. Members, please note those who have not raised their hand. As a chairperson of today's session, I don't actually encourage people to have brainwaves and speak after when others could have actually elaborated or speak on issues that they wanted to raise. So it is important that you note that I'm not going to note any hands. That comes after these honorable members that I've noted. Over to you, Honorable Litsie.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson Mananiso. Once again, good morning to yourself, all honorable members. Good morning to the team led by the DG from DHET. Good morning once again to Accounting Authority chairpersons and members of the 2 SETAs and management of the SETAs. Maybe let me start with a comment, Chair, which I thought maybe you're going to cover, that when the acting CEO of Services SETA was presenting, his camera was off and therefore we could not have seen him. And if tomorrow somebody raises issues, he may simply deny that it was him because he could not show face, and we are hoping that when they are responding, he will do so. And then with the public service SETA, we also noted that the CFO and the COO presented from the device named after the CEO, and they did not introduce themselves. And therefore it's, I think it's quite unfair to us because we will not even be sure who's the, I can't remember if it's the CFO or the acting CFO and the CEO. So maybe in future, Chair, maybe let's make sure that those things are attended to. Moving to my comments, maybe let me start with an overall comment generally about the sitters, Chair. Sitters are extremely important in this country. They seek to address the skills shortages of this country, and so their existence is not just by the way. As you know that they would have been established in terms of the Skills Development Act of 97, or Act number 97 of 1998, with specific mandates. And if you look at, if we do a background analysis, Chair, from when they were established to where we are now, there will be too little progress that would have been made in terms of the skills profile, generally of young people in this country and the general people of this country. Notwithstanding that, if you look at the money that would have been spent on the sitters, would be more, which may give rise to some people, for political expediency, to want to say that maybe it's time we consider or reconsider a closing of sitters, because, and I'm saying it will be because of political expedience. But if you look at what the sitters themselves seeks to do, there is an argument that there is a need for the sitters to exist. Mara, over the years, there's a problem. I think we must just accept that there's a problem. They've not really lived up to expectations. So that would have been an overall comment, Chair, that would have wanted to speak to. The reason why I'm going to the services seat, the reason why the services sitter is here is because I think on the 2nd of November 2022, we had a meeting with them. And members across board were not happy with the audit outcome, even though it was an improved audit outcome from the previous financial year. The meeting would have resolved that we will meet with the sitter on a quarterly basis to check progress on their audit action plan. And this is why the services sitter here, to respond to some of those things. Chair, I must say that there is a slide or slides in the presentation of the sitter, which of the services sitter, which makes me very uncomfortable. On point 7, they were talking about update on consequence management on irregular expenditure. I am not comfortable with the content of this sorry, of this slide. The second point there that speaks about the discretionary grant support above 7.5%. The update from the CETA is that the warning letter was issued against an individual, as previously reported. And the CETA has applied to National Treasury for condonation on the expenditure. Maybe let's ask the CETA this question. Was this official a first-time offender as far as this thing is concerned? And how much in rent value was this above 7.5 worth? And when you look at that value, did you honestly sit back and believe that a warning letter was sufficient? That is one. Number two, the DG expenditure on expired contracts. Their update, the warning letter was issued against one official as previously reported. The CETA has applied to the National Treasury for condonation of the expenditure. The question comes, is this individual the same individual who was responsible for the 7.5? Two, how much in terms of rent value was this individual responsible for on spending money of this CETA that was meant to improve the skills profile of our young people out there on expired contracts? Did the CETA satisfy themselves that this individual honestly deserved a warning letter? Was there no need for the CETA probably to look at putting in a forensic investigation to check if this individual was not getting money or kickbacks out of these contractors of these expired contracts? And after all of that, the CETA would have felt that it was sufficient to give this individual a warning letter. Can they please respond to us then? Supply chain non-compliance. Again, Chair, a warning letter was issued against one official, as previously reported. The services CETA has applied to the National Treasury for condonation of the expenditure. I want now to ask the CETA, even on this one, on the supply chain, you see, a lot of our people or officials at supply chains, they've become, I don't know what is the right word, but they've become e-boss of some sort of these institutions. They behave as if they own these institutions, but who could blame them? When they transgress, the only thing they are issued with is a warning letter. What is the CETA's policy on DC? Was there no DC here? We only apply DC when somebody has transgressed with this much. What is your policy on disciplinary hearing for employees who do such things? And then how much in terms of rent value again was involved in this supply chain non-compliance issue that you have reported? In total, acting CEO of all of these things, how much in rent value was involved And if you have a policy on DC processes, was your policy adhered to by yourselves as senior management in just issuing warning letters to these people? On consequence management, Chairperson, again, or number 8, fruitless expenditure now. Interest paid on late settlement costs. The warning letter was issued against one official. Again, the same questions apply, but I want to get into this one. Settlement cost on dispute between services SETA and ICT provider. Their response, Chair, is that no official was found responsible. Now, I want them to make us understand. No official was found responsible. So why was there a dispute? Because my understanding, and I want us to be as practical as possible. My understanding is that if you are saying there's a dispute, you are saying somebody in the SETA somebody in the SETA was disputing what the service provider was claiming, right? So somebody in the SETA disputed that, or a service provider sent a dispute or sent disputed the settlement with the SETA. So the reason why it's called a dispute is that somebody was refusing something. So it's either the SETA was the initiator of the dispute or the respondent in the dispute. So unless the service provider was disputing alone, they were on their own, it means they're not well, they were just disputing on their own. But the SETA was involved. So there must have been somebody in the SETA who was either the disputer or the disputee. Yeah, something to that effect. So I want to understand, what is the state of no official was found responsible? Maybe break it down for us. And then again, maybe on legal fees paid on the case between the services SETA and the training provider. You see, the manner in which this presentation, and you know, last year, Chair, when we met with the services SETA in November, I praised them for the way their presentation was structured, because it eliminated a lot of this confusion. But today, honestly speaking, their presentation is very much, it adds confusion instead of providing clarity. Let them just unpack some of these things and all of that. And then, yeah, and then in your opening, Chairperson, you spoke about two things. I think you spoke about the issue of the security towards, or the security threats towards your employees, and the board having put together some sort of mechanism to dealing with those. Maybe let me put in my 2 cents worth first. I'm against officials having bodyguards everywhere in our sector. If you look at our university vice chancellors, quite a number of them are on, with are guarded. You go to college principals. We went to KZN, to one college. It was the first time seeing such a big gun. I'm not even sure if it's an R5 or maybe that one is, if it's an R10. It's big, if such a gun exists. In our cities, we also know that there are a number of CEOs who are guarded as well. My view is that I ordinarily would not want to see such things because it's as if DG, there's we're a military state of some sort now, and want to ask the DG, because this thing cuts across our sector, the whole sector, want to make a plea with yourself that you meet with your counterparts in the security cluster, your DG of police, the DG of defense, and also to a certain extent, the DG of justice. Why justice? Because, okay, maybe before I get to justice, maybe let's say why. Because there is a serious attempt by the criminal network to hijack government in general, but our sector in particular. All infrastructure projects at our TVETs and universities, many of them are contractors are unable to finish them because they are being hijacked. At our TVET college is the same. In our CETA or CETAs, when officials try to close in on those who are using these CETAs as cash cows, who are stealing generally, when good administrators are closing in on them, these criminals, these thieves, they then go to an extent of hiring hitmen to kill them and their families. So, and when they are arrested, some of them, DG, they are released as if nothing happened. You don't know whether these people are buying those cases or they are stealing dockets. We just don't know what's happening. Hence, we are saying between yourself and your counterparts in the security cluster, you must have begin to have dialogues on how to protect our individuals, to protect the resources of these institutions, so that these criminals, when they do these things, when they are arrested, we don't hear tomorrow that they are out. And they know now that it was Tebogo who said they must be arrested. Now I must also get bodyguards. It can be. So we are asking you, DG, that please let's assist the whole sector. We are making a plea that it must be you at the departmental level who leads such an intervention. And then I want to go to what the chair of the board of the services CETA said with regards to some attempts being made to members of his executive. I do not know, Chairperson, because when I listened to you, you said, no, you've not put in mechanisms in place on all of that. My worry with not having such mechanisms in place on time is that whilst there is a threat in the immediate, and you want to put in some mechanisms, A, B, and C, by the time you finish with those mechanisms, we would have even opened tombstone for those people. They would have been long killed, long buried. We would have even opened tombstones. So I want to make a plea, DG, with your DDG, that there must be an urgent intervention meeting as far as this is concerned, where the department spearhead a process where all sitters have an emergency arrangement where there is a risk of life being taken. We don't want our CEOs, as young as they are here and female, when they start seeing wrong things and they start acting, they must now be threatened and they must quit their jobs because they feel like the seat or the department or the state is not defending them enough. So let that process start so that we have an emergency arrangement where when these things happen, this is how you would, move into making sure that these people and their families are protected. So I just wanted to check with the chair of the services city. How far are you with everything that the process of these things? When did this thing start? And how far are you now on the 15th of March with making sure that everything there is right? Let me see. Also, the chair, I think you and at least myself, who was part of that meeting of the 2nd of November, we may have understood the resolutions of that meeting differently. Because in that meeting, when we spoke about having specifically, we're very specific there, having a CFO at services SETA, whom we have established through a fair process. We're here, all of us, in one of our meetings. We brought in South African Qualifications Authority, brought in Council for Higher Education, and we agreed that amongst others, some who have left, the CFO, as per the advert which appointed him, did not meet the minimum academic requirement. In that meeting, we said, when the AG report came, we said, we're not surprised. We're not surprised with the AG's opinion, because we told you, you will not get a better audit there. When we have somebody who is employed in that position without meeting the minimum requirements, one. Two, who has been in that position every year, AG says the annual financial statements were submitted with material findings for the past 4 years. What do you expect? 4 years. AG says go do 1, 2. In order for you not to have material findings, you must fix 1, 2, 3, 4. The following year, instead of 4 things, there are 5. So I don't remember, Chairperson, as per the chairperson of the board, us say they must be given time to get 1, 2, 3, 4. I may have possibly not been in that meeting, but on the meeting of the 2nd of November, I was part of that meeting, and we did not agree with that resolution. In fact, we told you that if you don't want to correct yourself by getting in the right people with the right skills for the right jobs, you are not going to increase these things. You know, so I just wanted to correct that part, because I've spoken. Now let me move quickly to PCETA. Thank them for a comprehensive chairperson of the PCETA, comprehensive opening. It was your first time with us here. We really appreciate you having taken us to where you come from, where you are, and where you want to go. The number of interventions that you guys are putting in place in making sure that the SETA does not train for the sake of training, but it trains to respond to economic needs of today and tomorrow. We really appreciate that part, because I personally believe that that is what the SETA should be doing. I only have one question on slide, I think it was slide 9. I can't seem to get it here, but I think it was on slide 9, where you are talking about different programs that you've been supporting in different provinces. But these two that I wanted to speak about, which I don't know whether it will be the CEO or the CFO who will then have to explain this thing. There's a point there where I think it's work integrated learning, and the top there it is about 60. Maybe let me just, apologies, open it so that I get to it, speak to something that, this one. I think it's on slide 9. Peter Maritzburg, we have work integrated learning there of 60 learners, which cost, where is this thing? Yeah, which cost 1.7 million. It's work integrated learning. But when you go to Mutaka, same program, 18 students, less than a third of that thing. The start date was almost the same. The end date is exactly the same. But if you look at this one of Mopaka, you are spending 1.5 million rand on this one. Can you maybe take us through, quantify this thing? Because if I look at it, if I were to roughly, if I were to make my calculations, the one of Mokaka was spending almost 84,000, if not more, per learner, and the other one slightly less. It's 28,000, not slightly. So what can you quantify this thing? Because both of them are work integrated learning. The other one's about 84,000 per learner that we are spending the same period. The other one is 28,000. Can you just quantify that for us? Maybe what you can just do, if you can just give an overall answer on this one, but maybe in writing, Chair, I'm proposing that we give them 7 days to give it to us in writing. They must then give us the breakdown on all these programs of theirs, including both skills program, all of them. Let them break it down. This is where it was. This is the number of learners, the total cost, and this was the cost per learner, and this is why. You know, on a spreadsheet arrangement. I think yeah, that might have been okay. I'm just forgetting the other one that I wanted to ask, but in the interest of time, Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to thank yourself and all the members on the platform, but most importantly, the sitters who are here with the department to account to the people of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Litsie, Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Chairperson. Morning to everyone. Thanks for all presentations. I think Honorable Litsie covered me on slide 7 and 8. I'm totally not clear on this issue of consequence management, fruitless expenditure and illegal expenditure. If you are saying the expenditure has been written off because there was no official who was responsible, it's not clear. Again, Chaz, please, again, Chaz, what does it mean? From we DHET until we settlement on the dispute with the legal firm. I'm not clear, as Litsie has been said. And thanks to PSET, PSITA presentation. No, I don't have any question on them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Masbia, for being precise. Honorable Khao.
Chairperson, thank you. Please excuse that I have to mute my video, and please excuse that I'm on the road. I was hoping that I would have reached my destination by now. So I'm largely covered by what Honorable Litsie had to submit. The only questions are just clarity seeking information. In writing, please, what I would request from the PSITA in particular is to find out of the 3 skills, critical skills that they have classified to be prioritizing. If we could get a breakdown of the institutions and departments where they have rolled out you have arrived. Where have they rolled out these skills? So, for example, if you can get information on which department got to benefit from which skills, the time period, how many of the beneficiaries do we have there per institution and per department 1. Secondly, what I would like to understand is on the same scope of critical skills and knowledge that they are prioritizing, are they looking to extend the list? Have they done work to look at expanding that list? If they have, what does that list look like? Or is this the alpha and omega comprehensive offer they have? The last one that I have, Chairperson, is to of the employment sector, of the employment service. Their breakdown seems pretty poor in rural provinces like the Northwest and the Free State. Are they looking into expanding their employment base there? If so, do they have any particular constraints outside of the financial constraints that are usually cited by the sector? That's just all I am. And also, before me, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Honorable Khao. Before I hand over to the sitters, let me just indicate my clarity-seeking questions and as well comments. And I hope that when the department respond, actually, they won't be defensive, because sometimes you would come to the portfolio committee and respond to the comments or advices by the members. So I hope that when we do our response, item, would be having more engagement in terms of what we are agreeing on as a collective to ensure that we make this sector a better and based place for advancing skills development. From my side for service SETA, I think members have covered me on the issue of specific breakdowns of programs that have been done. And one must raise a concern that we can see that on the presentation, moving from previous years, there's a budget spend regression, and we would want to condemn that because we know how critical is this department in terms of ensuring that it responds to inequality, poverty, and unemployment. So we feel that it is not right that we would be seeing regressions and so on. And the issue of lack of proper records, I think DG, as this portfolio committee, we always like to lament that we want everyone to adopt the culture of zero backlog, just for consciousness and as well for ethical conduct, that people must know that when they are employed or deployed, they must be equal to the task one and ensure that they execute the mandate and the task given at hand. So it is not right that forever when we read reports, there's issues of lack of record management. I mean, those are administrative issues. And we always say that we don't actually want to ask, as Honorable Lisie could have asked earlier on, whether do we have people qualified or not. But it is important that some of the things we cannot compromise when we deal with reports at this national sphere. The other issue one have noted is that, yes, indeed, there's a program of action in terms of solutions to be implemented. But I just want to check, has those solutions been implemented as planned per timeframes? Because of, for example, we had timeframes of November 2022 and finished in January 2023, issues of record keeping. So was that done at that particular specific timeframe that was given, or it has been moved to other timeframes? The other issue that one has noted, acting CEO, is how often do you have walkthroughs with the audit team? How often are those meetings taking place? Because one would know that if you've got a proper internal audit team, other issues are easy to actually respond on issues of the audit funding. So I want to check how often do you meet with audit in terms of with regards to those things. And the other thing that one once acknowledges is the fact of the implementation plan on the response to 30 days of invoices. I just want to check if we still have pending backlog in terms of invoices, and do we have a plan in terms of responding to them soonest? If not, why? The other matter I think one have just alluded on is this issue of timeframes, to say, do all timeframes per the audit action plan, are they realistic? Or as the department, you are looking at changing others where you haven't actually responded to them? That's it for service SETA. And service SETA, I think one of the things that we must note from Honorable Litie, it's actually acknowledging the fact that previously, when we engaged with yourselves, the presentation was better, and he even uploaded yourself. So it is important that you note that, colleagues, we do go through these reports, and when we do our oversight and accountability, we make sure that we follow through what we could have advised the department to do. So it is important that when you respond on all the issues that Honorable Litie could have raised, one of the things that I feel that it's of important as well is this issue of policy matters, because of everything that we actually implement in this space, it is backed by a policy, or regulations. So can you just, when you respond, take us through and take note as well that on other issues that Honorable Litsia could have raised, you can respond in writing within 7 days, as we normally do, because we know some of things that we need record on, they are not with yourselves now. Issues of the fully fleshed report on security threats, cases, issues of criminal networks. If you have cases, you can write it to us and submit via ANELE. And I think one of the things that one would want to ask on is the issue of outer report. I think we need it in writing as well in terms of main allegations, to be specific point by point, and as well, we need indication in terms of what is the department doing. In terms of public sector, I think when I spoke, I actually acknowledged the opening remarks by the chairperson, and I hope that it's not just a talk, but we would be able to walk through with yourselves and touch and feel whatever that you have alluded when you were doing your opening remarks. And one have noted on your presentation that you are having a challenge in terms of appointment of people with disability in internships, bursaries, work integrated learning and skills programs. So one would want to know, do you have a plan that to make sure that you mainstream those that you feel that they are left out? Because you would note that the president have emphasized this thing of not leaving anyone behind. So by the fact that this thing of responding to PWD's inclusion, it's a repetitive matter, it really shows that there's lack of commitment in terms of responding to that. And the other issue is, what sector employment transition does the entity have to ensure trained persons are integrated into sustainable work opportunities? Like, as we speak with other SETAs, we always say that we must find ways in terms of integrating our beneficiaries, because sometimes we give them the skills and everything, but in terms of giving them exit opportunity, we are nowhere to be found. So is there any program that actually takes them through up until to exit opportunities? What is the cost of insufficient workplaces within the sector to host artisan development learners? While there are many workplaces, what measures can be introduced to increase the sector training opportunities? And the other one is, what funding models is the entity considering having more revenue streams? Because it's one of your challenges that you are noting that you have a challenge in terms of funding. Has the entity concluded the skills audit methodology framework and tools? And is the tool being applied in the public service? The last one would be, what is the level of alignment of skills programs supported within the key development sectors, such as the just transition industrialization? And lastly, as I give to you, SETAs, one of the things that one would want to emphasize is, this is one of the space and sector where people who are 35 and above, they are accommodated. So as a sector, we are playing a critical role in terms of ensuring that we respond to issues of skills market, and as well the demand and supply issue of skills revolution. So it is important that when you give us presentations in future, give us as well the highlight in terms of those who are 35 and above, because most of the South Africans, you would know, they have lost hope that when they are already 35 years old, they can't get any other opportunities. But one knows that this is one of the spaces that everybody or anyone who is a dropout or who has left school for any other reasons, they get opportunities. So when you do your presentations in future, let us make sure that even those who are accessing these particular meetings through your YouTube or parliamentary networks, they are able to get sense that this government is not for the few, but for all. Over to you, Service SETA and Public SETA.
Thank you much, Honourable Chairperson. Chairperson, I take note of your comments in terms of that we must respond in writing to some of the issues that were discussed today, and that is a report on the security threat matter, 2, the loss control function and disciplinary processes, the 3, the outer report, the main allegations that the committee being given that, and then also in our reports on performance and APPs that we do indicate the issue around youth, the age, and also the issue around demographics. So we will ensure that in terms of our reports that we report as such, so that the committee will be able to look at it. Chair, on your question in terms of the timeframes of our action plans in terms of the audit, whether we are within those timeframes, yes, we are. So we are monitoring that as the executive committee and also in the audit committee. And I do have a regular interaction with the chair of the audit committee in this regard. As I indicated earlier also, we did give some responsibilities to our governance committees in terms of the areas that they must monitor also as part of the audit action plans. Chair, in terms of our budget, there was a decrease in our budget in 2020 to 2021 that was due to the skills levy holiday that we during COVID. So it means that our income during that period did decrease with a third of our normal income. There was an increase from the previous financial year from 770 million to 932 million in the last financial year. And we believe that we will be above that when it comes to this financial year. I would like just to respond then to the issue around this CFO. Chair, I must correct that in our report towards the end of 2020, and after interactions and meetings as directed by this committee with SAQA and with the QCPO, we submitted a report in terms of the verification of those qualifications. The CFO was not amongst those in terms of not having the required qualification as per the advert. So he was not part of that. If you look at the report that we also submitted again, we did indicate again on that. So out of that, the issue around the CFO was not part of the 2 executives that is being mentioned in the report. It doesn't include the CFO. So he does have the requisite qualifications as per the advert. I think it was in 2018, 2019, during that time. On the issue around the security threat, yes, Honorable the Chief, there's one thing that we realized that we need to have emergency response. It was not in place. When it was reported, I immediately interacted with the CEO and also discussed what immediate measures we can take. At the stage that there was a decision also or view from the members not to take at that time personal security. It was also, I think, informed by the assessment as SEPs. They were immediately also involved that I think that because they couldn't indicate in terms of the threat and where it came from and the individuals that have made that threat. And other than that, there was nothing written. It was a bit bizarre in terms of the way it was threatened in terms of, or treated in terms of whether there's a threat. We then decided, as I indicated, that we will put emergency measures in place whereby immediate action must be taken. And also in terms of course, that those measures that are put in place, part of that framework, that it must be assessed on a regular basis. One of the issues when we were appointed as a board in 2020, one of the questions that I had to answer was why the the security that was provided to this previous CEO was prolonged and for a long period. I think, and also, so having that also in mind is to ensure that when we provide security, that it must be assessed then on a regular basis in terms of the threat. So we will also like and welcome the direction from members, let's say that we interact with DHET and the DHET perhaps also assist, so we might have a unifying approach in terms of how do we deal with threats immediately when it occurs, even while the assessment is taking place. So we are going to do that, but we will welcome also then the direction with DHET. As I said, that we also immediately were the threat was also assessed by the Security Advisory Service of DHET. Then let me move to this in terms of this acting CEO will respond in detail on the issues around irregular expenditure. But just to say that we do have loss control function in terms of where we act with each individual case that is indicated as irregular. That's in terms of the loss control function regulations and also in terms of our own disciplinary code. So once it has been assessed and then it then is being referred to for the disciplinary cases. Of course, during that period, there's some mitigation issues that is taken into account. But one of our biggest, and the acting CEO, when you speak to especially the DG support above 7.5, we have reported in the past to the committee that this is going to be a structural issue for a couple of years. One of the reasons why we have the organizational, the audit process currently undergoing is because we realize in terms of the staff component that is above, that contribute to us to be above the 7.5%. When just in terms of history, when the service sector came out of administration, it then a lot of reserves during that period of 2018, 2017 and 2018. And as the CETA was rolling out the new programs, the CETA then actually brought in-house capacity to assist it in terms of rolling out those programs. So the ratio in terms of the staff component in terms of that or the DG support was within the norm or within the 7.5, and even when we go back to the 10.5% was within that. But as the reserves were depleted and as programs was implemented, that a difference then could be seen where the 7.5 or that support, the DG support, was then above, because the income or the revenue have decreased, our reserves have decreased, and that's what we are sitting with. So we then decided to embark on a process whereby we have a relook at the organization and in terms of ensuring that we come back into that. So that is a historical background in terms of the DG support that is about 7.5%. But I will ask the acting CEO now just to conclude.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for affording us an opportunity to respond. Let me just start by apologizing on this camera issue. It was really not intended, but I think there was a technical area that we'll address now. Apologies for that, Chairperson and the members of the Portfolio Committee. I would like to just address the questions that have come through without any specific order, but just as the way I've captured them. Let me perhaps, Chairperson, through you, address the issues relating to audit. With regard to our preparation so that we move from the historic outcome for better improvement. As we have already started engagement with AG by December 2022, on weekly basis now, we are having the steering committee meetings with AG and the management team where we address the issues that are being raised and ensure that the turnaround time in terms of responses, it's shortened to ensure that we adhere to the deadlines that we have to address on responsiveness to the AG. But there's already been 3 meetings that have been held between the executive team as well as the business unit head of the AG South Africa, whereby we were ensuring that we are getting much more aligned in terms of preparedness and addressing the gaps that have been experienced. Coming now to some of the specific questions related to consequence management, irregular expenditure. If I may just refer members to the area relating to the DG support above 7.5, as the chairperson has given a high-level feedback on this structural organizational issue, which in fact we are hoping that even the OD process that we've embarked on will assist a lot in addressing this. Coming to the specific monetary value, this was at a tune of around 93 million plus. That has been incurred here. And there was one person, it's not the same person across all these areas, but I will reflect on those portfolios. There was one person as the CEO that we are referring to. Yes, member, it's true that we do have discretionary grant policy. We also do have discretionary grant regulations that are guiding the utilization and allocation of funding related to these. But it appeared that now, as the human resource capacity of the organization ballooned, and they looked into the project delivery of discretionary grants, and then that led to a push into this 7.5 to 10.5. But the CETA is applying a measure to correct this for the future, but it's quite historic, as Chairperson has alluded to, that it originates 3 years back, and it has been a recurring kind of a challenge. Hence, now we are embarking on the OD process. Coming to the next one, the DG expenditure on expired contracts. The monetary value there is 42 million plus. What contributed to this area? During the period where we experienced the COVID in particular, we have had some contracts that were active during that period and couldn't be closed off because of the fact that they were active. And we had to allow those contracts to conclude and get the appropriate payment for that, because cutting them off, we realized that it might have huge negative impact, especially into the beneficiaries, being the learners associated with these contracts. And we have one person that was associated with this being the CFO, and the rand value being 42 million plus. But it was an issue that really was very much implicated by the nationwide kind of a situation that the organization finds itself on. But because we've got policies in place, we definitely have to identify the main person or persons behind each and every transgression that is being picked. Let me get on to the supply chain non-compliance. Indeed, honorable members, these are very, very serious areas. Hence, we felt that it would be crucial for us also to lift them up and not to really try to hide them behind by ensuring that we present these cases here into this platform and to the committee. How much of the rand value there? It's 906,000, chairperson, and the person is different from the above because here it was involving more of HR person, and this related to some of the training that continued without deviation approval. And the expenditure being above the threshold. So just in a nutshell, at a high level, I'm just providing the members what was behind this whole thing. And there were two consequence management approaches there. One was to ensure that there is really disciplinary action for this transgression, but also on the other side, a gap was identified in terms of capacity building in the form of training intervention for this HR officer. Let me move on member. Fruitless expenditure. We have got antenna there, right on top of that table. Yeah, the main issue for members to be aware, because I think it's important to give that kind of a background as we will be looking further on in our responses in terms of the disciplinary procedures that have been followed. I think that's the detail that might find itself also into the additional explanations that we'll be forwarding. It was related to the rural allowance that was not approved by the AA, and the company needed this, demanded this through litigation processes that it be paid, because the learners that were beneficiaries were indeed from the rural areas. But it appears that there was a gap in implementing the internal processes and procedures in terms of getting this approval. And this was in the capacity level of a project accounting officer. And what was also realized with this company was that during the processing of this, there were outstanding banking details that were not forwarded by the company quite on time. So that's the reasoning around it. And then we had to find the organization now to pay the rural allowance that was for the benefit of the learners that were participants here. But failures were due to not following up internal processes and procedures for approval as required through the AA. There is a second one that relates to the settlement cost on dispute between service center and ICT provider. Blue title there. The dispute was relating the development of the ICT system. And we realized that when this dispute was brought about, there was insufficient evidence in support of this dispute on behalf of service center. But this then resulted into service center really losing this case and had to really incur the costs related to what was being disputed and being raised by the service provider. With regard to the legal fees on the case between service center and the training provider, this relates to a cancelled project during the previous service center members at some point was going through administration. And then there was a transition now to the formal governance structures. There are projects that were impacted translating from the transition from the administration era. Some of the court projects had to be cancelled by virtue of various reasons to that. Lack of supporting evidence, some employees having left the organization as such. And this project happened to be one of those that were cancelled. And as a result, now we had litigation and had to incur the costs around these. This is just one case that is cited here, whereby the service center incurred from the administration era and embarked on cancellation of some of the contracts that were not proven in terms of supporting evidence and having personnel that was behind all those contracts, resulting to a number of questionable actions around them. Settlement on dispute between service center and security service provider, that is Mode Security. This one, it's based on the negotiation that is still happening on this contract. I think we'll have to apprise the portfolio committee on the developments in this regard and the status where it is now. The settlement on the dispute with legal firm, there was no record of service here. And there was an issue around how do we pay with the it's also a very historic project. How do we pay without the sufficient records that would enable payment? But the service sitter now lost in that case and had to find itself having to pay regardless of some circumstances that were not sufficient enough as required for any payment processes to be done. I believe that in terms of the disciplinary processes, we are guided by the policies and regulations, and we'll just have to indicate in our follow-up reporting to the portfolio committee how have we dealt with these to its entirety in terms of dealing with the consequence management with regard to the related officials here. But there's one area that is very important that I think we need to enhance on, Madam Chair, that which relates to transformation of the programs. But at a high level, I can just indicate that we have got even the transformation board committee of the board that ensures that we address employment equity, we address the equity targets, the transformation agenda. If I may just cite an example, for instance, for Q3 performance, because I could be able to pull the numbers as you were coming up with this concern that need to be addressed. It's not to say we are already 100% into this. Of course, there will always be a room to ensure that we continuously improve and it doesn't lose our focus. For instance, on the 10,901 learners that were commenced during Q3, on gender, we had 70% being female and 30% being male. So there was just that address. On equity, 91% being Africans and 2.2% actually being white and 2% Indian and 5% colored. In terms of the area geographic spread, it's a very important one. Let's just make sure, without elaborating further, Madam Chair, that we make sure now, moving forward, on all our learning program interventions, we reflect on this geographical spread, we reflect on employment equity, we reflect on overall transformational imperatives that will be, by the way, inclusive of the persons with disability and as well as the youth. Madam Chair, let me pause there. I might have covered some of the questions, though it might perhaps be at a very high level without much greater length of detail. But in the interest of ensuring that I address them, I have issued, I've just expressed the areas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can we move to public sector?
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the committee. And we truly appreciate the questions and the comments that have been conveyed. We believe that we have been warmly welcomed into the platforms of engagement of the portfolio committee. And we are indeed learning even from some of the questions that are raised to services seeker as things that we must hit and take advice on and integrate them into our work moving forward. And just briefly, Chair, I will reflect on two questions which are interrelated and give over to the CEO to make very, very few remarks. The one question was about what we offer to learners and thereby linking them to employment. And I'm going to link that question to the one that was asking the causes of why the sector is not absorbing the learners that we seem to take through our programs. I do want to highlight that the focus of the skills interventions that we invest in and implement seeks to offer over and above the most primary required, what you may call technical skills of the fields we are training on as transversal areas on public administration and public management, as the CEO was saying. We have been having a dedicated focus of making sure that in the era of digitalization, we don't only offer the digital skills program to the unemployed youth, but we also offer the same to the public servants that are in the current employ, so that the project of digitalization of service delivery and the work of government does not have to wait for those who are only outside of the public service for it to be expedited. Secondly, we pride ourselves on basically trying to scale up and integrate training on ethics as a cross-cutting offering, so that we don't only build a cadre of technically capable public servants that do not have the soul of the public service. And therefore, the ethics that we offer begin to contribute into that imperative of building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. In some of these things, the public service falls short in the simplest of things, like where a request was presented, going back to the people and say, we promise to come back to you by this time. And now that this cannot happen by this time, we are coming back to report that this is what we have been able to do. This is what we have not been able to do. What are the shortfalls and what are we going to do to address those and come back to you? And those are some of the offerings that we imbue into the training that we give into our learners. And we also appreciate the fact that some of the services that are offered by the public service will continue to be outsourced. Hence, we also train some of our beneficiaries on new venture creation, so that with the same mind and spirit of being astute public servants, they can still be service providers to the public service with the same mentality. And basically on the question of why the sector is not absorbing the learners, the problem is a bit of a multifold on this question, because on our side as the SETA, we have highlighted that we do not have all the money to can place the interns, for example, in all the departments and the agencies and institutions that are under our fold. That's problem number one. Problem number two is that the money for these interns and even those that do learnerships or other skills development programs in the public service, that money is sitting with the departments themselves. And now the gap it creates is that there is no central point of defining the skills needs of the public service wide arena. And if those resources were to be coordinated under PCETA, like what all other SETAs are doing for their sectors, we would be able to define that demand and provide the necessary skills on the supply side to meet that. And so it is a known fact that when budgets are cut for departments, these skills development opportunities like internships, learnerships becomes the first victim of cutting off. Hence, we believe that a match between that sustainable funding model and a central coordination point being PCETA may bring about a balance and resolve that question. Hence, we said in our earlier input, we believe that the portfolio committee may actually have a role to play in that regard. Thank you very much, Chair. CEO, please respond to other questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll start with the questions that were raised by Honorable Member Litsia. We, as you requested, said that we should respond in writing. We will provide a detailed breakdown. But what I can explain to you is that the stipend that we pay for TVET will learners, it's less, and also the duration of the program, because it's actually higher than the University of Technology learners. For TVET learners, the duration is for 18 months, but for University of Technology learners, it varies between 3 to 6 months. And as I said, Chair, we will provide you with a detailed breakdown. And I've also noted comments from Member Kakao, who has requested a response in writing on what are the skills. and also how often do we have an expanded list. We will explain the process when we respond, as the critical list is informed by what we call a sector skills plan. We produce a sector skills plan on an annual basis, and then from the sector skills plan, that's where you would pick up what are the scarce skills, and it assists us also to determine where the issues when it comes to skill supply gaps as well as the skills demand gaps are. We are busy with the sector skills plan for the 2023 financial year. The report should be ready by June, July, but what we will do, we'll provide member with the information that we have at this point in time, and maybe once the report has been finalized, we will share it with the committee through the committee secretariat. The issue, there was a comment again from the chairperson of the session regarding the issues of how are we reaching out to PWDs when it comes to bursaries and internships, as we are doing well when it comes to learnerships. So what we have done, starting from the new financial year, that means starting from April, we have now we are at a certain percentage when we fund institutions, like for example, with our bursaries, we will give a bursary to an institution, let's say University UJ or Wits or University of Venda. So the university is the one that is responsible for the recruitment of the learners. So now going forward in our terms of reference, we are going to be clear to say 30% or 40% of the learners that are being recruited must be learners with a disability. Because we've just noticed that when they recruit, if we are not specific or if it's not part of the contract, then they end up not implementing it as per the directive from PCETA. Chairperson spoke about the issues of opening space and giving them opportunities. Over and above what the chairperson has said, we do, that's why we have started offering programs such as New Venture Creation Program. It's a qualification that is, I must indicate that it's a services SETA qualifications, but as PCETA, we ensuring that we train learners on new venture just for them to understand the importance of starting a business, or just for them to have ideas as to what to do when to start a business. Because we're trying to make a balance to say we mustn't just train learners for them to draft a CV or start looking for a job, but we're starting to make sure that they at least have the entrepreneurial skills that are needed for them to participate in the economy. Then the issue of the funding model, there are a few options on the table that we have when it comes to the funding model, but one of the immediate options that we have is approaching NSF, requesting NSF to assist you. As I indicated in my presentation, we're receiving requests from departments for learners, for interns, but with our budget limitations, we are not able to meet their needs. So we are going to request NSF to fund us. It's something that we've never done in the past, but it's something that we have decided to explore. And then the second issue is also starting to engage entities, because we've got entities that are within the PCETA scope of coverage. So we need to start encouraging entities to participate by also contributing. Then the other option or one of the options that we have is either for Treasury to increase the budget of PCETA, or requesting departments to start contributing 30% of their 1% budget. So there are few options that we are going to explore that we will put on the table. Again, the other issue that we're having as CETA is that even if the budget is with the departments, but it must be ring-fenced, and PCETA must have influence or must direct how the budget should be spent, because it's not like we want to increase our budget for the sake of increasing the budget, but we just want to make sure that there is a coordinated process of implementing skills interventions in the public sector. And for us to achieve the vision of having a capable professional public service, we need to come up with a more coordinated approach of dealing with skills needs in the sector. Then lastly, on the issue of the audit methodology, the methodology has been approved by Cabinet. We are in the process of now rolling out the implementation. As I said, the importance of this is that government should move away from utilizing consultants when it comes to it or conducting skills audits. So we want to capacitate government departments or HR practitioners for them to understand and be able to conduct skills audits. We are in talks now with the National School of Government as well as DPSA, where National School of Government will develop a capacity building program. And I think the target is about 600 HRD practitioners in national as well as in provincial departments who will be capacitated to roll out the program. And as the program, it will be with NSG, as in when you've got new entrants into the public service, then they can also be subjected to that program. Then lastly, Chairperson, we've noted your comment when it comes to reporting on
Chair, we lost the CEO.
Yes,
Yeah, I
I
thought-
can see. Member Bontle? Chairperson Chafuta, can someone indicate to Member Bontle that we have lost her?
Ke Osborne.
Hey, give me.
I'm on it, Chair. In the meantime, let me invite the COO to respond to the remaining question.
In order.
We have lost you, please come.
Were they not connected with one device?
Are you back?
No, I was saying,
Yes,
I thought,
Chairperson, we are back. My last comment, Chairperson, was on the interventions to say going forward, we'll ensure that we report on interventions of learners 35 and above, and then that's how I'm concluding on my responses. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mabontle. The next person.
We are done, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Litsi, I want to check if is the legacy hand or it's a new hand.
brand new.
Brand new. Okay, you can come in before I give it to DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, normally I don't like follow-up questions, but one word indicated from the PC that they did not, the CFO and COO did not introduce themselves. So hopefully they can just come in. But I noted the response from the chair of services SETA. And I'm not sure whether I was not clear enough or what. I was saying, Chair, that I was not talking about the NSA report, which spoke about Mama Bele Motla, who was on the NSA report. I was talking about the CFO, whose name is Tseola Matsebe. And I think the chair of council, the chair of the board, was responding to the NSA report that was not what I was talking about. We, in the presence of the new board which he chairs, we had called in 2020, May 2020, we had called in South African Qualifications Authority, Council for Higher Education. We had a meeting to clarify the issue of executives that did not meet the minimum academic requirements. This would have emanated from 2019. The first meeting we had on this matter was on the 26th of November 2019, where we asked them to clarify, to bring in adverts and qualifications of certain executives. They did. We told them that they did not meet the minimum academic requirement. There was a dispute. Hence, it was our first meeting with the new board in May 2020, where SAQA told them that these executives did not meet the minimum requirements. Last year, we repeated it, that the only executive that did not meet the requirements, which was still in the employ of Services Seat, who was the CFO, is still there, and that is Theola Matsebe. And so I'm not sure if I was not clear there, because when the chair of the board responded, he responded about an NSA report that spoke about somebody else. So that is maybe let him clarify that part, Chair. I'm not sure, maybe it's my English, it's not clear enough, but from where I'm seated, it should be clear enough. I'm speaking slow so that it's as if I'm spelling it. So can you be clarified on that part? Thanks.
Noted, Honorable Litsie. I think one would want to suggest that with follow-up questions and clarity-seeking questions that you just emphasized on, can those as well be in a written format, within 7 days, so that we can be able to check if colleagues have actually captured your inputs and clarity-seeking questions. Honorable members and members of the sitters, I just want to, before I give it to DG, I think we always indicate in this platform that it is important that members and actually the sitters and people who are coming before us, they must note that the gender issue, it's still sex. When you speak male and female, it's still sex or other. There's not, it is not gender. If it's gender, therefore you must give us a breakdown up until to their culture and beliefs and so on. So in future, can we not be, reading presentation as if gender it's male and female? Please, can you do those amendments that it remains sex up until further notice that we get updates with regards to that particular item? And I've noted the response with regards to the inclusion of people with disability. I think the commitment of 30 to 40%, it is too much, because now we're still standing at 7% of inclusion for people with disability. So I just want at least the sitter to confine themselves within the policy so that we become realistic and as well respond to this particular problematic issue of not including people with disability and people with albinism. But again, one would want to indicate that on your slides of key challenges, can you write to us in terms of what are the mitigation plans with regards to those particular challenges? Because one knows that as an entity or an individually been given a responsibility, you can't just identify challenges and then you don't have plans in terms of how to respond to those challenges. So can you write to us in terms of that as well? And lastly, I want to check with yourselves as well, and I need a written submission with regards to your programs of rural development. How do they link with NARISEC, the National Rural Youth Corps Service Program, or is it a standalone program? The reason why I'm asking this is that most of the time when we engage with sectors in this particular space, we actually emphasize the issue of social compact by the department, by ourselves, and as well by private sectors. So I just want to check how is everybody playing their part in terms of ensuring that they become responsive to the current challenges that we have. With that being said, Honorable DG, can you summarize and then so that we can conclude this particular agenda, so I can give to members to go 2 minutes. And after DG, colleagues on the platform, those who are actually first time joining us, please note that when we go to the item of the adoption of minutes, you are at liberty to leave the platform. Thank you. DG, over to you.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. Much appreciated the engaging program of the day. I take this opportunity to recognize the chairs of the two sitters that are presenting, thanking them for their leadership, but also their inputs in the meeting. Allow me to reflect somehow back to some of the key issues that have emerged today, without repeating matters which in your summary, Chair, you have articulated very clearly. I think if I may just start with Honorable Tebogo Letsie, the questions that she has asked, some of them directly requesting that the department respond. And one of these is the whole issue of the militarization of the sector as a response to the growing crime in some of our locations of our institutions. The budgets of various institutions on security are shooting up. Quite clearly, this is in response to this. The Minister of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Blayden Nzimande, appointed one of the universities to investigate the options available to the department to assist and support institutions in dealing with issues of safety and security. And in this regard, I'm happy to report that a report has been finalized. And in that report, there is very clear indication of where the challenges are located. Once we engage with our institutions, we'll be able to reprioritize so that we're able to deal with the issues of safety and security and directly align it to matters that have been identified by the report that has been tabled. In this regard, there is another report that the police, sanctioned by the National Police Commissioner, have done on the DHET sector, and this actually is relevant to all other institutions, including our sitters. We would like to share these reports with our entities so that we are pointed, we are targeted in our approach and in our investments, so that there is no over expenditure on one item of security that and then we ignore others. We would like to see to it that not only the high level, the executives in the entities are protected, but we would like to be assured that women, those that are vulnerable, staff, are also, protected, and they feel safe in the environment of work. And this is a commitment, Honorable Letsie, through your chair, to dealing with this issue. And we take seriously the advice that there must be urgent intervention in areas where there is a possibility of anyone being targeted by those who wish to capture our institution. And I think that this advice will be heeded, Honorable Chair. Honorable Tsiye also did, suggest in his line of questions that our sitters need to align their plans to the needs of the economy, but the urgent need of employment of graduates, placement of graduates, which is a commitment made by our president in the State of the Nation's address. He further indicates that we need to advise our, leadership in the sector to really work harder in dealing with the narrative that we are not committed to fighting crime and corruption in the sector, and the collusion that anecdotally influence the narrative on the issues of governance of all of our institutions. Honorable Sibiya, thank you very much. The Honorable Sibiya was pointed in the manner in which she lifted the issues of consequence management. And this is aligned to the questions raised by Honorable Jane Mananiso, the chair of the Portfolio Committee today, and to some extent, some of the issues that Honorable Kakao had raised in addition to the 3 critical skills areas where she wanted to know about the profile of the beneficiaries to the 3 critical skills that are identified by the services sitter. Honorable Mananiso has been very clear about the budget spend regression, indicating that this must be monitored. Chair, I'm not alone today. With your permission, I wish to bring on board our CFO, Ms. Pritima Makukule, to just make a comment about the oversight strategy on all of our entities, which our CFO is doing, particularly in respect of the issues of budget monitoring.
Thank you very much, DG. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. DG, I've got network connection problems. I'm using these other gadgets and the camera has a problem. I'm not sure, Chair, if it's fine for me to proceed.
It's fine, ma'am, because we know you. You are Honorable Litzia's favorite, so he wants us about the video. You can continue, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Chairperson. As the DG has mentioned, we do monitor the spending of the entities periodically. And in terms of the statutory timelines, they submit their reports on quarterly basis, but we do not really wait for reports all the time as a matter of, as a means of being reactive. We do engage our entities, Chair, where there are challenges on one-on-one basis. We also have formal structures for the CFOs where we then discuss issues of common interest. We also benchmark with best practices. We know that entities that are doing better in terms of spending, in terms of KPI delivery, in terms of audit outcomes. So we also encourage those entities also to be able to support those that are struggling. It is a process, it is a learning curve for most of us and some of our CFO, but I think it is a step in the right direction, and we gradually, Chairperson, getting there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Preeti. And one hopes that all of us on the platform, we are satisfied about the responses. And DG, I think you know how we work in this particular portfolio committee. At times we are not that pleased about the audit outcomes because we know that there are issues that are emphasized that the departments need to respond to. So can we just improve in terms of noting that we are not going to be kind in terms of receiving repetitive findings that are not responded to? Because as the portfolio committee, when we see a challenge actually repeating itself, it really shows that we are very relaxed in terms of doing our oversight and accountability. So it is important that all plans that are in place in terms of responding to the AG, they must be executed as per the plans by the department. And where they cannot, they need to take us in confidence to say, but on this one, we are failing because of 1, 2, 3. I think what we take home today from this particular session, it's the fact that the issue of consequence management cannot be every time in this platform, yet we don't hear any news that somebody is jailed. I mean, letters for warning people who have, actually offended using public purse. It is problematic. Some of the people, they are not even going to vote on the basis that we speak corruption, but we're not responding to it. So it is important that the public note that as public servant, one of the issues that we do when we do our oversight and accountability is to follow the money, value for money, and as well make sure that this particular public purse is used accordingly, effectively, and efficiently. So DG, I hope you are taking note of what has been said here, and we hope when we get other entities coming to our platforms of oversight and here, we would get sense in terms of people getting to know that now we're no longer dealing with issues of planning. We are on an implementation process. This is the year of decisive action. We don't say, I wanted to, we say, I'm doing this, I'm failing on this. And as the portfolio committee, we can advise how best can that particular thing be done. And one of the things that one pride herself with is the fact that in this PCA, we've got different age cohort of people with different experience and skills in terms of how do we want to see the best and better administration working for our people. So it is important that we must not repeat, one thing at a time when we speak on issues that needs to be addressed by yourselves as an executive. So with those few words, we want to actually thank you for attending this particular meeting as usual with your team. Ntate Mvalo, we thank you for always opening for us when we want to invite your sitters. They are always there on the ground, and we hope that they will improve in terms of responding to other issues. And one would want just to advise the entities that we work with to say, sometimes there's no need of waiting for our quarterly meetings. If there's something that they need to brief the committee with, they can submit through Anele via the chair and would get that particular information. Because at times we go to public meetings, address the society on issues that we always speak about here in this platform. So it is important that we have every information that we need to respond to issues that people need clarity on, more especially on what we are doing in terms of ensuring that we skill, reskill, and make sure that we create job opportunities for our people. So with those few words being said, colleagues, you can leave the meeting, and as members we will remain so that we continue to adopt our previous minutes and consideration of report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the leadership and everything of the best for the day.
Thank you, DG.
I read the COO, the CFO, the public service seat.
You can check on the agenda as well.
I get over checking the one,
Ke go fe mabitso a bone?
Eh.
Ke tla go sendela ntate a re yeng to the business of the item now. Okay, members, you would note that we have, let me go back to my notes. We have, how many, okay. We've got many sets of minutes to adopt, and for the fact that we've been actually postponing this particular item for weeks, I just want to check with yourselves the approach in terms of how can we smoothly, go through this particular adoption of minutes, or can I just indicate, and where there's omissions and amendments, members will indicate whether they do have omissions and additions. Colleagues, we've got the minutes of the 15th of February. I just want to check if there's any amendments or omissions to be noted.
No corrections. I want to move for the adoption of all.
Oh, so you're moving for the adoption of all, which is the 15th Feb, 17th Feb, 22nd Feb, 24th, and up until the 1st of March.
All of them, including today's one.
Any other member, any seconder, or anyone who'd want to make amendments? Honorable Sibia?
And thanks, Chairperson. I would like to second the adoption of all the minutes. Thanks, Chairperson.
Okay. And we're noting as well, members, that there are minutes from the 30th November, 25th November 2022 as well. They need to be adopted. Honorable Sibia and Honorable Tebogo. Honorable members.
What is the question now?
The question is, I hope you have noted that there are minutes for the 30th of November and as well the 25th November that needs to be adopted as well.
When I said I move for adoption of everything.
Oh, must be.
Okay, I'm seconding it. 30th of November.
Yeah, must be. You must go through your documents. They are there.
No, I'm seconding the adoption, Chairperson.
Yeah, and then members, we've got 3 draft reports that we need to consider. The Global Convention on the Recognition of Qualifications concerning higher education. The other one is draft second quarter expenditure and non-financial performance report. And the last one is draft third quarter expenditure and non-financial performance report. Those are 3 reports that needs to be considered by this particular PC. Can I see the move for the adoption of these reports and as well the second? Thank you. Honorable Litsi, tse a se di minutes ke di report tse iteretse ke di buileng. Any mover, seconder, or you want to reject them?
I wanted to second, but if there's no one moving, I'm moving.
I'm moving, Chair.
Okay, honorable members, with that being said and all reports and minutes being adopted, the meeting is officially adjourned. I thank you.
Malbongwe.
Gamalama Kosikas.
Good night, comrades.
Recording stopped.